January 1935. 5 months after securing complete power over Germany, the Führer, Adolf Hitler, is almost exclusively spending his time at the Berghof, his headquarters hidden in the Bavarian mountains. And as one of Hollywood's biggest fans, he spends his evenings watching westerns.
He's fascinated with the battles on the frontier between the American settlers who come in and then push westward to drive out the Indians.
Which he sees as a process of the unfolding of racial superiority. This indicates that the white race are superior to the Native Americans.
He wants to escape, naturally, into this dream world.
Superiority, conquest, domination. These are no fantasies. For Adolf Hitler, this is reality. Hitler. Who is the man behind the monster?
There were just so many parts of this story that didn't add up.
From teenage loner to national hero.
He was the Messiah for the German people.
How is he able to achieve it?
All of it was an act. All of it was a show.
This is the definitive guide to the most hated man in history. By late February 1935, Adolf Hitler is riding high. His meteoric rise to dictatorial rule over Germany is complete.
In uns selbst allein liegt die Zukunft des deutschen Volkes.
And millions across the country now see him as the messianic leader they so desperately want.
His image is appearing everywhere. It's on postcards, posters. He's become a demigod.
Hitler's regime is built on a cult of personality.
Nazification becomes a cultural process that infects every element of Germans' lives.
Hitler encourages his propaganda minister to take charge of aspects of life that you would never even imagine. So you see children's books taking up his hatred of racial minorities.
Hitler's personality type is undoubtedly that of a narcissist. He needs to be loved. He needs to have this adulation. He wants Hitlermania.
But all of this has a bigger purpose than just feeding Hitler's tremendous ego. Getting the people's support is the first step to achieving his plans for reinvigorating Germany. More than anything else, Hitler wants to undo the Treaty of Versailles, which was forced upon Germany by the Western Allies in 1919 after World War I.
The Treaty of Versailles was the worst of times for the Germans. They lose territory. Their military is reduced to 100,000 men, a non-existent air force, no heavy artillery, and they're forced to pay a scheduled reparations that will extend into the 1980s.
Germany has been semi-secretly rearming since 1933. But Hitler's first blatant violation of Versailles comes on March 10th, 1935, when Hermann Goering announces the existence of a German air force, the Luftwaffe. March 16th, 1935. Hitler's defiance goes one step further. He invites a group of ambassadors from France, Great Britain, Italy, and Poland to a weekend meeting in Berlin.
Hitler makes announcements on a Saturday. It's clear he knows this is a time that the Western democracies will be unable to take any rapid action against him. Their offices are unmanned, their ambassadors are away. It's a perfect way to confuse and disarm opposition.
Hitler tells the ambassadors he plans to expand the German army. From 100,000, a number forced upon them by the Treaty of Versailles, to 500,000 men. The Western powers know rearming is on the cards. But this is the first time Hitler makes it official and provides details about his exact plans.
Hitler tells them fait accompli, you know, this is a done deal. Now he just declares it openly.
Hitler essentially tears up the Treaty of Versailles right in front of them.
He very much plays on the guilt feeling that Germany has been given a bad deal and he humiliated Germany too much.
The room is still reeling. You know, these diplomats are still scratching their heads, and Hitler seizes the moment and starts telling them that actually the whole idea of rearmament is a preparation for peace and not for war. He's tricking them.
The Hitlerist is a great coup. It's a moment to make a great deal of.
As the news spreads across the country, Germans are ecstatic over the way their Führer has freed them from the chains of Versailles. Yet despite their hunger to be great again, Germans are fearful of another war. To ensure continued support, Hitler turns to his preferred method of appealing to his followers: propaganda. March 17th, 1935. Heroes Memorial Day. A year previously, Hitler had transformed what was once a somber commemoration of the war dead into a patriotic celebration. This year, the army takes center stage.
The old crown prince, who was part of the previous regime, is there to kind of greet him and to pass on that authority. And so using this event to stage his connection to the old regime and to the military gives him legitimacy.
The idea is, of course, to appeal to the average German. We lost the war, but now we are becoming a great power again.
By the end of the celebration, the message is clear. The German eagle has risen again.
Here's somebody who's promised almost the impossible in 1933, restoring German honor. And 2 years later, here he is delivering it.
Next step for Hitler is to make Germany whole again. Under the Versailles Treaty, German forces have been banned from entering the Rhineland in western Germany, a strip of frontier territory that borders their former war enemies, Belgium and France. By early 1936, Hitler feels his new army is ready to remilitarize the region.
Hitler feels very nervous about it. And of course, all his advisors are tentative. Some are for it, some are against it.
March 7, 1936. Hitler launches his first military operation, boldly moving troops into the Rhineland.
They have orders to retreat if there's any sign of French opposition, and yet the French do not move.
The Western powers are so desperate to keep the peace that German forces march in without any resistance.
It's about stamping Germany's authority in the center of Europe and making the old foes pay for what they've done.
This is part of making Germany normal again. This is part of giving back Germans some pride. This is a part of making Germans less angry about the result of World War I.
Hitler says, I go with the certainty of a sleepwalker along a path determined for me by Providence. It's trying to show the world that he is a man who has a destiny, has a fate.
Germans see Hitler as the liberator who's thrown off the shackles of Versailles and has the country standing tall again. But personally, he is far from satisfied. The Führer views this as just the beginning. By the summer of 1936, the Führer is reveling in his success. Remilitarizing the Rhineland is just one of many high-profile projects he started since his rise to Chancellor 3 years earlier. These include breaking ground on the Autobahn, the world's first highway network, hosting an Olympiad in which Germany leads the world with 89 medals. And his major redesign of the Berghof, from a modest mountaintop getaway to an operational headquarters fit for a world leader.
Hitler needs to change the Berghof for both practical and political reasons. He needs space for servants, he needs space for diplomatic visits. All of these things are necessary at the Berghof, so it has to be expanded. On the other hand, and here he's really thinking strategically, he really wants to start staging himself as someone who is really a presence in the world.
It is a most stunning location, and if you go there today, you will see the same view that Hitler enjoyed from the terrace of his Berghof. This lovely sweep of countryside and impressive mountains and meadows.
As the project begins, others learn very quickly that no one interferes with the Führer's plans.
There's a photographer who complains because his photographic studio has been destroyed to make way for it. And because he complains, he gets sent to Dachau concentration camp for 2 years.
The redesign of the Berghof retreat is about more than expanding a facility for government business. Ever since his rejection from the Viennese Academy of Arts, Hitler has longed to be revered as an artistic visionary.
He really is constantly transforming this artistic desire into other elements and channeling that into other parts of his policy and his life.
To deck out his super home, Hitler appoints Gerdy Trost, a top interior designer. For a woman, Trost is exceptionally influential in Hitler's inner circle. New research reveals the incredible extent of her sway as Hitler's choice for the makeover of his state-of-the-art superhome.
She works closely with Hitler as a style counselor who is with him, leaning over tables, leafing through fabrics, talking in intimate detail about color schemes. She is the person responsible for his tableware, what kind of curtains you would have.
Hitler rarely listens to anyone, but he does listen to Trost.
Sometimes she agrees with him, sometimes she doesn't agree with him.
And he tolerates that from her, perhaps because it's really about a kind of cultural debate and that he admires her as an artist.
She even talks him out of decorating his mega mansion with kitschy Nazi paraphernalia. Instead, going for the more down-to-earth look of the German middle class.
The main living space of the Berghof is clearly massive. It's clearly meant to impress you, and it's really a perfect place for Hitler to stage his own personality as someone who's the grand master of this particular domain.
Great hall that he builds with this incredible window. It can be rolled down to expose open-air view of the mountains below.
At a cost of $500 million in today's money, the Berghof is transformed from a modest Bavarian chalet to a state-of-the-art power base. The complex includes an army barracks for Hitler's elite bodyguard, and luxury homes for his top henchmen. It will continue to expand with a tea house for indulging his passion for cakes, and an intricate system of tunnels and bunkers for safety and escape. August 1936. It's here at the Berghof that Hitler draws up his ambitious 4-year plan.
It's almost the only thing of any significance that Hitler writes himself during the course of the dictatorship. He says the economy and the armed forces has to be prepared in 4 years for war. It's the point at which he decides that it's now time to turn Germany into a kind of superpower.
Hitler launches a charm offensive on foreign leaders to give his 4-year plan a positive spin. September 4th, 1936. Hitler's first target is former Prime Minister of Great Britain, David Lloyd George, a man from equally humble origins who is impressed by Hitler's leadership. The Führer's aim is to deceive him into thinking his four-year plan is designed to bring stability and peace into Europe.
Lloyd George was the prominent leader of the British Empire in 1919, the Treaty of Versailles, and here he is now coming to see Hitler. This is a very important symbolic moment for Hitler, which he's very happy to exploit.
He really rolls out the red carpet, gives him a chauffeur-driven Mercedes down a newly built autobahn.
Hitler uses these and other trappings to soften up his prey before they even meet.
This is a particularly fascinating bit of footage because it's Hitler in his home. But he's acting out the whole situation as if it were a play. And his role is to be the country gentleman, the aristocrat. But he's not comfortable with the role. He's closed off his body language with that arm cross. And he does a little gesture. If you look down here, see how he's holding on, the knuckles are like this? This is unique to Hitler. He does this under tense moments.
Lloyd George is blind to the warning signs. Hitler spends 3 hours with him over tea and strudel, portraying his four-year plan as a blueprint for peace.
And Lloyd George is totally hoodwinked. And when he goes back to Britain, he says that Hitler really is the George Washington of Germany. He sells him in these huge terms. It's a complete pack of lies, and Lloyd George has completely bought it.
September 9th, 1936. Having conned Lloyd George, Hitler now has to sell his four-year plan to the people. He chooses the Nazi Party's annual rally at Nuremberg to announce his plan.
Deshalb, meine Soldaten, seid ihr von der Nation gerufen worden, Wache zu stehen vor unserer Arbeit, Wache zu stehen vor unserem Volk und Wache zu stehen vor unserem Deutschland.
The crowds are spellbound by Hitler's idea of a greater Germany, but the speech skillfully avoids any mention of the bloody route he intends to take to realize his vision.
Hitler has no problem lying because he figures he will motivate them this way and get them into the final struggle and thus ultimately prevail.
He's nevertheless aware of the fact that he has these two destinies. He says to Albert Speer, one of his most intimate friends, such as they are, that if I win, succeed, I'll be the greatest man in history. But if I fail, I'll be condemned and despised forever.
January 30th, 1937. Less than 5 months since the Nuremberg rally, Adolf Hitler makes it official. He withdraws Germany's signature from the Treaty of Versailles. To him, it is a worthless piece of paper.
Die innere Ordnung wurde die Voraussetzung zum Wiederaufbau des deutschen Heeres und aus beiden zugleich erwuchs die Möglichkeit, jene Fesselschlacht zu streifen, die wir als tiefstes Schandmal empfanden, das jemals einem Volk aufgebrannt worden war.
The withdrawal of the German signature has very little objective meaning. He's already slashed virtually every clause of the treaty, but it has enormous symbolic and emotional significance to the German people.
It's only the first step in Hitler's foreign policy. He insists that the German people need Lebensraum, more living space, to realize their destiny. The plan calls for expanding Germany beyond its borders. November 5th, 1937. In one of the most important meetings of the Third Reich, Hitler spells out his intentions. War.
The generals enjoy rearmament. They enjoy bigger units and shiny new equipment. But they're not particularly enthusiastic about another war with the British and French.
Hitler comes away from the meeting uncertain now about whether the army really is on board. It doesn't quite know what to do.
Chief among those initially resisting Hitler's plans is head of the armed forces, Field Marshal Werner von Blomberg.
This is the point at which Goering becomes very handy.
Hermann Goering, a staunch Hitler supporter and the ruthless commander of the Luftwaffe, wants Blomberg's job. Digging for dirt on the incumbent war minister, Goering makes an advantageous discovery.
He really feasts on it, and he gives this file to Hitler.
Field Marshal Blomberg marries a woman who has, shall we say, a bit of a past. When she was 18, she posed for a series of nude pornographic pictures, which found their way into the hands of the police.
Goering informs Hitler that Blomberg's wife was a and that a Jewish photographer took the lurid pictures.
When Hitler finds out about Frau Blomberg's past, he's absolutely incandescent. This is not the type of woman that Hitler likes consorting with.
It is very embarrassing to Hitler because he and Goering had been witnesses at the wedding.
But it's not just about Hitler's prudery. The Blomberg scandal could be a PR disaster for the Nazi Party.
On his route to power, Hitler has very much tried to prove that the Nazis are a deeply sort of moral party, and they're trying to lead Germany towards a path of moral rectitude. And so the idea that this incredibly senior figure's wife is a registered he knows could be absolutely crippling for him.
It's clear that something has got to be done about this. Von Blomberg has to go.
Hitler confronts Blomberg, who offers to resign. The Führer accepts, sending him into exile with a payoff.
Hitler is never to call on his services again. He is now, simply in Hitler's eyes, a man from the past.
On the very same day that the Blomberg scandal erupts, shameful allegations from the past about another high-ranking army officer resurface.
The commander-in-chief of the army, General Werner von Fritsch, is accused of a gay liaison in a public restroom.
Hitler knows exactly how well this will go over with his men and the German public if it ever gets out.
Fritsch calls the accusations a rotten, stinking lie.
Hitler's obviously completely terrified of there being a double scandal. He can't have this. This is a PR disaster for any politician, frankly.
The von Fritsch allegations are completely false, but Hitler doesn't know that. And so Hitler says, you've got to go too. Now, this produces an extraordinary drama. There's a hiatus now. Who is going to run the army? Who's going to run the armed forces?
Hitler is actually undecisive, and it shows that he doesn't always control events, he actually reacts to events.
February 4th, 1938. Hitler comes to his decision. A nationwide radio broadcast announces that the vacancy for Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, left by Blomberg, has been filled by the Führer himself. Goering's hopes of the top job are dashed, but he is promoted to Field Marshal.
This is sending out a very clear signal to the army in particular that Hitler is now in ultimate control.
He's the ultimate megalomaniac. There's a hell of a lot of power concentrated in him just as one man.
With domestic scandals and cabinet reorganization out of the way, Hitler has put himself in total personal control of Germany. And nothing can stop him from unleashing his terrifying vision on the world. By early 1938, the state, the military, and the people are all at Adolf Hitler's command, enabling him to set his course for Germany's future. From cowboys and Indians to the conquests of Napoleon and Bismarck, the first Chancellor of Germany, Hitler looks to the past for inspiration.
It is a certain kind of history. It is tales of the great heroes of the German past, the heroic kings and emperors and conquerors.
Since he was a boy, Adolf Hitler has idolized Frederick the Great, King of Prussia and a poet warrior.
Frederick the Great is a great hero of Hitler. In many ways, he thinks he's the re-embodiment of this great hero of the past.
Propaganda chief Joseph Goebbels sells the idea that his boss is Frederick the Great's natural successor. When old Fritz became king, he picked up the sword and carved himself an empire. Now that Hitler wears the crown, he intends to do the same. The first target in his plan to give Germany more living space is the land of his birth, Austria. For Hitler, Germans and Austrians are one people with the same Aryan blood. Yet they're divided by a meaningless line on a map.
He thinks it's absolutely bizarre that Austria and Germany are not one. That is his great belief, and it is part of his plan all along to unite Germany and Austria.
February 12, 1938. Austrian leader Chancellor Kurt von Schuschnigg arrives at the Berghof for a private meeting. On the table, Austria's independence.
Schuschnigg makes a polite comment about the lovely view or what a fantastic spot the Berghof is.
Hitler is not in the mood for small talk. His only concern is getting to the business of forming a closer union between the two countries.
Hitler instantly snaps at him, "Look, yes, it is a lovely view, but you haven't come all the way up here for us just to talk about the weather. Come on, get inside."
There, Hitler and his ministers demand Nazi officials to be given key government posts in Austria.
Hitler has this animalistic side to him. He can smell fear, and he knows how to play with weak people and how to bully them and scare them and humiliate them.
You can see that this is a starting point of something that remains characteristic throughout Hitler's career, which is an awareness of a kind of theatricality, a kind of Wagnerian dimension, that everything is a performance, that this is, if you like, the unfolding of a drama.
Under the pressure, Schuschnigg yields, agreeing to appoint Seyss Inquart, an Austrian Nazi sympathizer, Minister of the Interior. March 9th, 1938. In a desperate last attempt to stave off growing German influence, Schuschnigg decides to put the issue of Austrian independence up for a public vote.
Hitler cannot allow that vote to happen. He's concerned that there might not be majority support, or even if there is majority support amongst the Austrian people, there'll be a hefty minority against it.
A public vote could blow up in Hitler's face, destroying his chances of legitimately annexing Austria. As an act of intimidation, he orders German troops to rapidly mobilize for an invasion. But at the last minute, the Führer gets cold feet and turns to Hermann Göring to bully Schuschnigg into submission. Lacking European allies willing to stand with him against the Germans, Schuschnigg cancels the public vote and later resigns as chancellor, a role Nazi sympathizer Seyss Inquart assumes and quickly agrees to German protection. March 12, 1938. Under Hitler's orders, German forces roll into Austria. They face no resistance.
What follows is one of the most amazing moments in Hitler's career. On the heels of the German army, which is met by and large with flowers and garlands from a joyful Austrian population, comes Adolf Hitler himself riding in his motorcade, riding through the towns of his youth.
It's a glorious moment. The Austrian invasion looks more like a parade honoring the great Führer.
So this
again lends to Hitler's view of himself as being this messianic figure that can do no wrong, instills him with yet more confidence.
On his return to Berlin, Hitler is hailed as the conquering hero. With Austria now under his control, the idea of them voting on their independence is less daunting. And in overwhelming numbers, Austrians are in favor of forming a union with Germany.
This is a great relief for the German population. So he has this great celebration in Berlin. There's a national holiday. Everybody is celebrating this great success Hitler has pulled off again.
Weeks later, Hitler is still high on his victory and eager to plot out his next invasion.
Hitler does have an addictive personality, and of course, once you give one parcel of land to Hitler, he'll want another one, and another one.
Next up for Hitler's land grab is Czechoslovakia, a country that contains over 3 million German-speaking inhabitants.
The state of Czechoslovakia, which is formed after the Versailles Treaty, is something he detests.
In spring 1938, eager for his new armed forces to taste blood, Hitler orders preparations for the invasion of Czechoslovakia. But as autumn approaches, British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain sends an emissary to Berlin to inform Hitler that Britain and France will defend Czechoslovakia should Germany invade.
Here suddenly is Chamberlain saying, you know, for better or worse, if you do that, there's going to be war. Hitler is so astonished by the revelation that he asks the interpreter to repeat what has been said in case he's misunderstood it.
September 29th, 1938. Hitler attends a crisis meeting in Munich with Italy's Benito Mussolini, French Prime Minister Edouard Daladier, and Chamberlain. At the exhausting 13-hour meeting, the Allies, desperate for peace, propose giving Hitler the area inhabited primarily by German speakers, known as the Sudetenland.
Chamberlain raises this point about will the Czechs be compensated for their farm animals. Hitler explodes and says to Chamberlain, there's no time for these trivialities.
Under pressure from both the major powers and his own advisors, Hitler accepts the Sudetenland. War is averted. Hitler is forced to work with Britain and France rather than go his own way and declare war, a position that leaves him agitated and angry.
Hitler believes it's a sign of the decadence of the Western democracies, their willingness to do almost anything to avoid another war with Germany.
In fact, he describes them as worms. You've got this sense from him that he's dealing with people that simply don't have the same willpower, the same determination to grab what they want and fight for it.
With Hitler's first test as Germany's new warlord over before it's even begun, a frustrated Hitler lies about his future intentions.
Chamberlain returns to Munich, and when he lands back in England, he gets off the plane waving a famous piece of paper that guarantees, quote, peace in our time.
And here is the paper which bears his name upon it as well as mine.
But for Hitler, it's a much more cynical exercise. He goes, ha, that scrap of paper is of no significance whatsoever.
Chamberlain's eagerness for peace at any price makes Hitler bolder.
Every single time, Hitler pulls off a foreign policy coup, and the foreign powers do not react. Amongst the German people, there is a sense of restored pride. They are happy to see Germany once again respected on the world scene.
With the German people fawning over his success, Hitler has even more reason to believe in his grand mission to expand the German realm.
After invading the Sudetenland or getting the Sudetenland, Hitler is just partying and feasting on cakes, and he loves cakes. He loves to relax at a good tea party, so it's very typical of him.
But there's a problem gnawing at the back of Hitler's mind. He's being celebrated as the architect of a peace he doesn't really want.
He knows that when he looks back at history, all the greatest military leaders, forged their greatest victories in battle with the blood of their own men. And that's what Hitler wants.
To Hitler, the people's relief at his Munich agreement feels like a betrayal. Germany doesn't want the war that Hitler craves. He may have retooled the factories and rebuilt the army, but to fulfill his destiny, Hitler must incite the people to war. Fall, 1938. Despite all his success in raising Germany again to a world power, Adolf Hitler is far from satisfied. For a long time, he's wanted to cut out what he believes is a cancer eating away at German society.
There is no doubt 1938 marks an increase in the active anti-Semitism of the regime. The Austrian Nazis begin a program of active anti-Semitism, kicking Jews out of businesses and so on, murdering Jews.
November 7th, 1938. The German embassy in Paris. A Polish Jew shoots a Nazi official. He dies 2 days later from his wounds.
Hitler is told by Goebbels, his propaganda minister, about the murder. This absolutely incenses Hitler.
He sees Jews as being an infection of German racial stock. They drift around, they infiltrate themselves into other countries, and they topple them from the inside.
He understands the world through a kind of history as the struggle of good versus evil, which means the struggle between Aryan and Jew.
Hitler's rage burns against the Jews, but he isn't exactly sure how to react to the murder.
Goebbels, who is really virulent anti-Semitic, lobbies Hitler very, very hard to get something done. Some revenge must take place.
Goebbels' idea is to make this into a nationwide, spontaneous demonstration against the Jews.
Hitler says, yes, let the Jews feel the full force of the German people.
November 9th, 1938. Nazi street thugs murder 100 Jews. They beat and rape many more, and for the first time, Hitler's regime sent Jews to a concentration camp on a massive scale, simply based on their ethnicity. The event is called Kristallnacht, or the Night of Broken Glass, because of the many windows of Jewish homes, businesses, and synagogues shattered during the assault. For Hitler, his dream of vengeance against the Jews is finally coming true. Meanwhile, the Führer himself stays above the fray by having a public alibi.
He attends a swearing-in ceremony for a group of men who are joining the SS.
Hitler is, in many ways, a Teflon Führer. Hitler is able to do atrocious, abominable things, but keep apparently clean hands.
But it's not just about targeting Jews. Anti-Semitism becomes a tool to radicalize the entire population.
Hitler is trying to make Germans harder, tougher, more vicious. If he can make Germans hate Jews and humiliate Jews, then he can carry them on to the next step.
The Germans are willing to go along with the persecution of the Jews, but they just don't want to see it.
November 10th, 1938. The morning after Kristallnacht, Hitler and Goebbels meet at the Osteria Bavaria, the Führer's favorite restaurant in Munich. They're excited about the success of the night's savagery. But Hitler has one big complaint.
Hitler's annoyed about the damage that's been caused to various buildings throughout Germany during the course of the night. And they discuss who's going to pay for this damage. And of course the answer is the Jews.
In Hitler's mind, Germany has been colonized by the Jews, and that Kristallnacht marks the beginning of a process of returning it to its rightful owners.
As Hitler's men herd Jews into concentration camps, Kristallnacht provokes an outcry in the international press.
They realize that you can't put this out there because there's going to be a great deal of fallout. It's the point at which anti-Semitism is cranked up, but it's cranked up and shielded from public scrutiny.
Incredibly, it works. Much of the press is still enamored with the image of Hitler, crafted through his own propaganda machine. That same month, a British magazine, Homes and Gardens, features an article that portrays him as a great statesman, living peacefully in the Bavarian countryside.
The idea that an article in Home and Gardens about Hitler's house comes out at the same time as the pogrom against the Jews, the so-called Kristallnacht, is almost unimaginable to us.
The effect of all of this is to make Hitler essentially sort of tame, a guy you can work with.
January 30th, 1939. 2 months after Kristallnacht, Hitler celebrates the 6th anniversary of the Nazis coming to power. It's an opportunity to take his bigotry and hatred of the Jews to the next level. The Führer orchestrates an intoxicating nighttime rally to manipulate public feeling. The horrors of Kristallnacht are transformed into an almost spiritual expression of national unity. Hitler chooses this moment to go public with his terrifying ideology. For the first time, he uses the word destruction in connection with the Jews.
This is the point, really, at which Hitler has linked together the idea of war and the idea of revenge against the Jews.
Hitler's mission is nothing less than to drive the Jews out of Germany. With a nation now at his command, everything is in place to carry out one of the greatest crimes in history. May 31st, 1918. In the heat of battle, a lowly German dispatch runner puts his life at risk when he sees a chance to become a hero. This is no ordinary German soldier. This is Adolf Hitler.
Hitler is being sent up to Battalion HQ with a vital message. On his way, he comes across a unit of French soldiers. Hitler pulls out his pistol. They all put down their weapons, and Hitler frog marches them into captivity.
It's a daring capture of enemy troops by a single man, winning Hitler the Iron Cross First Class, one of the German army's highest honors. There's only one problem. The story is a total lie. It's the first of many tales of self-promotion and deceit, from a man who will stop at nothing to propel his meteoric rise to power. Hitler. Who is the man behind the monster?
There were just so many parts of this story that didn't add up.
From teenage loner to national hero.
He was the Messiah for the German people.
How is he able to achieve it?
All of
of it was an act. All of it was a show.
This is the definitive guide to the most hated man in history. Rare footage of an historic day. August 2nd, 1914. In Munich's Odeonsplatz, the announcement is made that Germany has just declared war on Russia. This is also the earliest known footage of Adolf Hitler. He's just 25, a nondescript face in the crowd captured on film. And it's film still in its infancy that will help transform Hitler into the German Führer. Fast forward 25 years, and Hitler has taken the country into a second world war. In July 1940, only 8 weeks after invading France, he leads a parade in Berlin to celebrate Germany's victory.
Like a scene out of Imperial Rome with Caesar coming back. Flowers are being thrown everywhere. People are Sieg-heiling. It's just the most incredible sight. And of course, Hitler is loving it.
The German people, who were understandably nervous when he launched that offensive, they're now believing this guy, he's really got something.
For the German public, Hitler is raising their country to the top of a new world order. A pledge they bought into partly on his reputation as a hero, earned on the battlefields of World War I. But recently discovered documents reveal Hitler's actual military career is a less glorious reality. May 1913. 24-year-old Hitler leaves his homeland in Austria to avoid conscription into the Austro-Hungarian army.
Hitler grows up in the Austrian Empire, where identity is increasingly governed by questions of race. Are you German? Are you Jewish? Are you Slav? Hitler, quite early on, identifies himself very much with Germanness.
Hitler has no desire to serve the Austro-Hungarian Empire in any military sense. His loyalties simply lie with Germany, which he sees as being the future.
Having fled Austria for Germany, 24-year-old Adolf is now a draft dodger and a wanted man. January 18th, 1914. After 8 months on the run, the authorities track him down in Munich and haul him into court. There he plays the sympathy card, portraying himself as a struggling, down-and-out young man.
The judge takes pity on him. Lots of other people are in Hitler's shoes, but somehow Hitler manages to wriggle out of it. And of course, this is Hitler at his absolute theatrical best, and it's a talent that he'll build throughout the rest of his life.
August 3rd, 1914. Germany declares war on France. Freed from Austrian conscription, Hitler enthusiastically volunteers to join the German army. He's assigned to the 1st Company of the 16th Bavarian Reserve Infantry Regiment.
Hitler's regiment experienced a devastating baptism of fire. They are utterly unprepared for the realities of war.
Over 2,000 men are lost from Hitler's unit by the end of the First Battle of Ypres in November. But Private Hitler survives and receives the only promotion of his career.
It is generally claimed that Hitler becomes a lance corporal or corporal. This is not true at all. He, in fact, becomes a private first class. The reason why this matters is that he is still an ordinary soldier. He's not an NCO. His superiors do not see any kind of leadership qualities in Adolf Hitler.
And what's really curious is that although he's promoted quite early on, he remains in that rank for the rest of the war.
With Hitler's promotion comes a new role. From now on, he'll be a dispatch runner for regimental headquarters, relaying messages to and from combat units behind the front lines. Newly discovered documents from Hitler's regimental archives reveal a key discrepancy in the story. Something Nazi propaganda will later use to brand Adolf Hitler a hero.
As I was starting to read it, that I thought, hang on, this sounds surprisingly similar to the Nazi propaganda account of the arrest of a group of French soldiers. But there was one crucial difference. The hero of the account in Nazi propaganda was Adolf Hitler, while the hero of the account in front of me was Hugo Gutmann, Hitler's Jewish officer.
Nazi propagandists erased Hugo Gutmann's daring act from history.
Achtung! Adolf Hitler.
Furthermore, Hitler is awarded the Iron Cross for delivering a dispatch under heavy fire, an entirely different incident.
As he's receiving the Iron Cross First Class, we can't help but imagine that Hitler is thinking, I finally made something of myself.
Fight!
He will wear this Iron Cross with pride for the rest of his life.
October 13th, 1918. Hitler's part in the war comes to a sudden and agonizing end when the British attack his regiment with mustard gas.
By the following morning, his eyes are absolutely streaming. He can't see anything.
Hitler is evacuated to a military hospital near the Polish border.
But the unit he's put into is not the eye unit, it's the psychiatric unit. And so what seems to have happened is that after these 4 long years of war, finally the pressure has got too much to him and he's had a mental breakdown.
Take a closer look at his entire life, and it's clear the war experience is just the tip of the iceberg for the future despot. Adolf Hitler's demons run far deeper than any of his closest associates will ever realize. Adolf Hitler's passion for Germany was all-consuming.
In uns selbst allein liegt die Zukunft des deutschen Volkes.
Yet the man history will forever remember as an evil demagogue is by birth an Austrian, who was born in the small town of Branau am Inn on April 20th, 1889.
Hitler comes from a dysfunctional family. His mother calls his father uncle. Their first 3 children die in quick succession, and Adolf, the 4th child, is the survivor. She goes on to have more children, but the only other son, Edmund, also dies, and she absolutely dotes on her only boy.
But with his father, it's very different indeed. His father, Alois, is a very cold, elderly, distant man who regularly beats Hitler, and as a result, Hitler absolutely despises him.
As a way of escaping his abusive father, Adolf loses himself in Tales of Cowboys and Indians by German author Karl May, featuring an Apache chief fighting for a better existence for his people.
It is those novels of the American West that first take Hitler, young Adolf, out of this obscurity and introduce him to a fantasy version of the broader world.
When the young fantasist is 9, his family moves to the outskirts of Linz, the capital of Upper Austria. Here, Adolf dreams of pursuing his great passion, drawing. But his father has very different ideas for his son's future.
Hitler's father is a civil servant, and when Hitler shows an interest in art and announces that he wants to be an artist, his father is absolutely furious and says, "Never in my lifetime."
Forbidden from studying art, Adolf is sent to a technical school with a focus on math and science.
Hitler is not a good student, but there is one subject that seems to excite his curiosity and his interest, and that's history. It is a certain kind of history. It is tales of the great heroes of the German past, the heroic kings and emperors and conquerors.
Adolf's deepening German nationalism only adds to the growing rift between father and son.
His father clearly identifies with the empire, with the imperial project, with the Habsburg monarchy, whereas the young Hitler is clearly attracted much more to ideas of pan-Germanism, thinks himself as German.
Sharing nothing but a deep loathing for each other, Alois's sudden death in January 1903 makes 13-year-old Adolf the man of the house. Four years later, in 1907, he leaves his doting mother and ventures to the capital, Vienna, where he hopes to enter art school. He persuades the parents of August Kupitsek, his only friend, to allow their son to join him. And there, the want-to-be artist and his loyal friend indulge in a shared passion for opera.
Hitler becomes enormously attracted to Wagner.
What Wagner represents is a kind of mythological, pseudo-Germanic past. And so when he goes to Wagner, it is imprinting upon him an idealized form of society that is entirely rooted in myth.
This fantasy world is, however, very different from reality. A fact the young dreamer finds out after taking the 2-day entrance exam for Vienna's top art academy.
The feedback he gets is that his drawings of buildings are actually quite good, but he's unable to draw people.
He thinks it's child's play to get into it, and when he is rejected, he sees it as, quote, a bolt from the blue. It hits him, and it hits him hard.
Furious over the rejection, he vows to reapply. But then, his world implodes. December 21st, 1907. Hitler rushes home to Linz to be with his terminally ill mother.
The scene around Clara's bed is just incredibly poignant. You have a woman there lying, dying of breast cancer. She's in a lot of pain. They have this incredibly strong emotional bond, and Hitler is literally watching not only his mother dying, but also that emotional bond just disintegrating right in front of him.
Adolf is inconsolable. Despite the support of Dr. Eduard Bloch, the family's loyal Jewish doctor.
Dr. Bloch observes that he has never seen someone so overwhelmed with grief as Adolf Hitler that day.
It is perhaps an example of the extreme emotions that Hitler suffers for the rest of his life. His inability to come to terms with setbacks when he faces loss and disappointment.
Between 1907 and 1909, we find Hitler on a downward spiral into essentially what we would call a street person in Vienna. In 1909, he actually spends Christmas in a homeless shelter.
He is a broken man. His dreams have been shattered, his future a void, and he looks for someone to blame.
What we find happening is a burning sense of resentment at the bourgeois middle-class world which had rejected him and which had failed to see his genius.
While living in a Vienna flophouse and surviving on odd jobs, Adolf picks up on the growing animosity towards Jews in Austria's capital city.
One of the politicians that clearly influences Hitler quite a lot is the mayor of Vienna before the First World War, Karl Lueger, right-wing mayor. He admires Lueger's ability to understand the nature of the crowd in front of him, to get the pulse of the crowd.
Hitler's later claim that his revulsion toward Jews began in Vienna at this time in his life is pure fabrication.
He has Jewish friends. He deals with Jews when selling his art. There is no evidence that Hitler had any run-ins, had any negative feelings about Jews prior to the First World War.
Hitler's account of his Vienna years will be exaggerated over time to serve his political agenda. As will his recollections of World War I, which for Adolf end in a psychiatric ward when Germany surrenders in November 1918.
He finds scapegoats, Jews, socialists, pacifists on the home front. He begins to speak of a stab in the back of the German army, rather than what actually happened, which was a battlefield defeat.
With each passing day, anger and resentment are Hitler's chief emotions. As he harnesses his growing fury, Hitler realizes he can channel it into politics. He has a cause, and it will bring the world to its knees. September 1934. A moment of glory Adolf Hitler has fantasized about for the past decade. He's become Germany's savior. Filmed here addressing over 700,000 Nazi supporters at the party's annual Nuremberg rally. A self-immortalizing event, and he puts on the performance of a lifetime.
Wir stehen fest zusammen für unser Deutschland. Und wir müssen fest zusammenstehen für dieses Deutschland.
After the death of President Paul von Hindenburg, Hitler merges the office of President and Chancellor to become Führer, with 90% approval in a follow-up public vote.
Denn in den Zeiten hinter uns, da habt ihr mir eure Treue tausendfältig bewiesen. Und in der Zeit vor uns kann es nicht anders sein und es wird auch nicht anders sein.
It's extraordinary to consider how great his rise will be from a park bench in Vienna to the Führer of the Third Reich.
February 26, 1919. 15 years earlier, at the end of the Great War, Hitler recovers his eyesight and is released from the psychiatric ward. He returns to Munich, where he's one of thousands of soldiers faced with an uncertain future after Germany's crushing defeat.
Hitler's in a state of relative aimlessness at the end of the First World War, like many other German soldiers. Hitler is like a stray dog who needed a master, someone who needed a cause, a sense of belonging that he had lost.
Though Germany is demobilized, Hitler remains on the army payroll, and he's selected to enter a special propaganda program at Munich University.
Hitler is one of those who is chosen by the German army to speak to small groups of returning soldiers about the future of Germany. To disinfect soldiers of their Bolshevik propaganda, especially recently demobilized soldiers.
Hitler throws himself into the program, stumbling upon the defining talent of his life, public speaking. He becomes the star performer with a forceful style that is compelling and persuasive. This gets the attention of the local army unit's chief of propaganda, Captain Karl Mayer.
Karl Mayer immediately sees in Hitler someone with a natural talent for speaking, who would speak in simple, approachable terms, and therefore could address other soldiers and ordinary people.
Hitler, caught on camera here at a right-wing rally in May 1919, is already recruited as an informant. One of his first assignments is to infiltrate and monitor extremist political groups emerging in Munich. September 12, 1919. Hitler's sent to spy on a radical right-wing group called the German Workers' Party.
Hitler's not very impressed with what he sees, a half dozen or a dozen people speaking about the issues of the day in a not very educated way.
Convinced he can make them see the light, he interrupts a debate on Bavarian separatism to lecture them on the importance of Germany remaining strong.
And in withering rhetoric, in rising volume, he talks about the sacrifice that he and the other soldiers have made for Germany. And it wasn't for Bavaria, it wasn't for a state, it was for all Germans.
When Hitler starts to speak, it's like a switch going off inside him. He suddenly realizes that everybody in the audience is hanging on his every word. And the leader of the party, Anton Drexler, says, "My goodness, we could use him."
Hitler is asked to join the very party he is spying on. Believing they are in sync with his own ideas, he accepts.
It's a radical party, and Hitler sees himself as a rather revolutionary figure, somebody who's going to shake Germany up from below, not somebody who's going to sit on committees and say we should do this, we should do that, somebody who acts.
October 16th, 1919. Adolf Hitler delivers his first official speech to the German Workers' Party. A pivotal moment he later recounts in Mein Kampf.
I spoke for 30 minutes, and what before had simply felt within me, without in any way knowing it, was now proved by reality. I could speak.
Hitler quickly becomes a member of the party committee, recruiting more and more workers with his fiery propaganda.
There are plenty of people around who are receptive to his ideas, who are strongly anti-communist, who also have views about the Jews, who also think that Germany has been stabbed in the back. So in that sense, Hitler always has his hand on the pulse of the public. What's interesting is that Hitler doesn't yet see himself as the savior of Germany.
Over the next 2 years, as membership begins to soar, a fight develops for leadership of the German Workers' Party.
Hitler's now become a major figure in the party, and he doesn't agree with the strategies of Anton Drexler. He resigns in a huff and threatens to storm off. But in the end, the people around him come to realize that there is something special about Hitler, and that they're going to exploit those special qualities. And the price for doing so is to accept Hitler as leader.
July 29th, 1921. Following Hitler's announcement to rejoin the newly renamed National Socialist German Workers' Party, he is formally made its sole leader.
For Hitler, socialism is the socialism of the race. So National Socialism means not only the revival of Germany as a nation, it also means a social revolution.
Hitler draws from his days as an aspiring artist to create a new banner with an ominous icon.
Hitler is extraordinarily invested in the smallest minutiae of the visual. He takes the swastika, which was around beforehand in some far-right movements as early as 1907, but he makes it fundamental to the Nazi image. He's very smart. He knows that he's not going to suddenly make all these nationalists pure Nazis overnight. So what he wants to do in the choice of the colors, the black swastika against a white disc against red, he takes the colors of the old German Reich.
Hitler's rise has begun. It's only a matter of time before he's able to spin his mastery of propaganda into a menacing cult of personality, too strong for anyone to stop. Dressed to impress, Adolf Hitler meticulously crafted his image to say he is not merely the leader of the German cause, but the embodiment of it. Creating this persona is a key strategy to Hitler's success, and it begins during his earliest days in politics.
In the early 20s, Hitler is an incredibly elusive figure. Very few people have actually seen photographs of him, so there's this mystique and aura which is deliberately being built up about Hitler. And this is all coupled in with this nickname that he's got for himself, the Wolf.
August 1921. To build support and gain funds for the fringe Nazi party, Hitler gives himself a makeover. But his attempts to cultivate a public image to match his high aspirations fall short. And he's chided as the King of Munich.
As a party leader in Munich, it's Hitler's job to mingle with those in high society circles, and he is completely inept at it. He lacks table manners. He's utterly gauche. He pours sugar into his wine. He doesn't know how to hold a knife and fork properly. He gobbles cream cakes off the plate before others have had a chance. He holds a dog whip and taps it against his knee as he speaks. It's clear he's still searching for a way to mingle with the rich and powerful.
Hitler is a long way from the comfort of a German beer hall. But his boorish roots are about to pay off. Germany, 1923. The Germans' failure to pay its huge war debt to France, amounting to billions in gold marks, threatens to bankrupt the country and triggers a financial crisis.
1923 is a year of crisis for the Weimar Republic. The government is printing money 24/7 in order to meet its obligations, but everyone knows what that adds up to: inflation.
Before the war, it was 4 marks to the dollar, and it's going to get much worse. Before long, it's going to be 20,000 marks to the dollar.
With the economy in free fall, Hitler takes to the streets, where desperate Germans are rapidly losing confidence in the democratic Weimar government. Hitler senses a hunger for strong leadership, inspired by an event the previous year in Italy.
Hitler is very much an acolyte of Benito Mussolini, an admirer when he makes his first grab at power. He's modeling himself very deliberately on Mussolini's March on Rome in 1922.
It's a statement of violent nationalism which has brought Mussolini to power. And this is very attractive to Hitler. You don't have to bother with all the ballot box waiting. You can just get on the street, march to the capital and say, give me power.
November 8th, 1923. Hitler marches to one of Munich's beer halls, accompanied by 600 of his party's so-called stormtroopers. There, Bavarian Prime Minister Gustav von Kahr is addressing a crowd of 3,000 that includes some of the state's top politicians.
He's armed himself with a pistol, immediately gets everyone's attention by firing a shot into the ceiling.
Hitler, as only he can, announces that the national revolution has begun.
And there's massive cheering in the hall. And it's at this point that Hitler thinks, do you know what, I've pulled this off. 3,000 people in this hall, and they're all convinced that actually this change of government is going to happen.
The next day, Hitler leads a 2,000-man march through Munich to take control of the city. But von Kahr has other ideas and tips off Berlin, who orders an immediate response.
They are fired upon by a cordon of army and police units. Marchers to Hitler's right and to Hitler's left are killed, but Hitler is miraculously left untouched.
4 policemen and 14 of Hitler's Nazis are killed. In the chaos, Hitler escapes and hides out at the home of Harvard graduate Ernst Hanfstaengl, a Nazi party supporter. For the 3rd time in his life, Hitler is delivered a devastating setback, resulting in an emotional collapse.
He spends 2 days there, in the blackest of moods. He's toying with his pistol. Hanfstaengl's wife talks him out of killing himself. But it's clear to Hitler that the putsch has failed, the party has been shattered, and that he himself has become something of a laughingstock.
November 11th, 1923. Hitler is found and arrested.
As the arresting officer comes to take him away, Hitler insists that his Iron Cross be pinned onto his lapel. In his most despondent moment, this is still a man extraordinarily concerned with his own image.
Hitler's vision of saving Germany is now seen as a joke. For attempting a coup, he's charged with treason and facing a maximum penalty of death.
This is not a jury trial. It's an administrative proceeding overseen by 3 judges, all of whom had been appointed during the old imperial period, and all of whom had at least some sympathy for Hitler's patriotic goals.
Hitler turns the courtroom into a platform for his views. What he says is recorded in the local and national press.
He is allowed to speak at length. And of course, it is in that very act of speaking that Hitler realizes he still has power.
Hitler is found guilty, but the judges are lenient. Spared the guillotine, he gets 5 years at Landsberg prison.
The time that Hitler spends in Landsberg prison is very important. It's a time when he's forced really to sit and start to think out more about his political strategies.
The failure of the beer hall putsch should have been the end of Hitler's career, but it isn't. Rather, it's a new beginning.
He receives a steady stream of guests and visitors and well-wishers who bring him all sorts of gifts, who bring him all sorts of food. Hitler has and will have for the rest of his life a notorious sweet tooth. He actually puts on a few pounds.
From his cell, he dictates to his trusted henchman, Rudolf Hess, what will become Hitler's infamous autobiography, Mein Kampf, My Struggle.
Interestingly enough, he does not write the book himself. Mein Kampf is a man pacing around the room, blurting out whatever pops into his head at the moment.
Hitler tells us in Mein Kampf what he's going to do. That he is going to declare war on the Jews, that he is going to destroy the Jewish population of Europe, that he is going to upset the balance of power in the world.
I think we have a real sense with Hitler now that he no longer sees himself as a drummer. He's going to be the one to lead the German people. He's going to be the Messiah for the German people.
December 20th, 1924. After only 9 months in prison, Hitler is released early for, of all things, good behavior. He's a free man, but in his absence, dissent has been brewing inside the Nazi Party ranks. Hitler now faces the toughest challenge of his political career, and his strategy to retain the leadership will prove to be as inspired as it is ruthless. December 1924. Adolf Hitler is released from jail and returns to Munich. His Nazi party is in chaos, and the Bavarian government soon bans him from playing his trump card, public speaking.
For an orator and a demagogue like Hitler, this is a huge handicap.
Cunningly, Hitler changes strategy. He no longer seeks revolution, but rather change from within Germany's Weimar government.
The fiasco of the beer hall putsch has convinced Hitler that revolution in the old style is impossible. He comes out of prison determined to act legally.
His first objective is to shed his gangster image. The challenge of rebranding Adolf Hitler falls to a former paparazzi photographer, Heinrich Hoffmann, an ally who rather symbolically greeted Hitler as he emerged from Landsberg prison.
Together, Hoffmann and Hitler try out lots of different poses, lots of different costumes, if you like. One of them is Lederhosen. And when they see the contact sheet of all the images of Hitler and Lederhosen, he sort of scrubs them all out, puts red crosses over it, and just thinks he looks silly. Hitler will never wear lederhosen in public again. And it's at this point when Hitler starts thinking of mutating into becoming more of a statesman-like figure.
Those who know him are shocked by the change. Adolf Legalité, some of his friends mockingly call him. Legal Adolf.
Hoffman will take over 2 million photographs as he works to perfect Hitler's idealized image of himself. Hitler wants the many photos he doesn't like destroyed, but Hoffman keeps them, and they survive to this day.
It's so interesting that Hitler had such a vision of what he wanted his image to look like that he actually took photographs of him trying out different poses for his speeches. I mean, this was a short little man with a funny mustache, and yet our iconic image of him is of this large, charismatic character. All of it was an act. All of it was a show. I'm so intrigued with this particular posture. Look how large and expansive it is, how this arm goes away from the body and forms into a fist, which is a symbolic weapon. Looks like you're about to attack. Hitler knew that. Hitler knew that if he expanded his posture and put out a symbolic weapon, he would rouse the audience to feel that strong emotion of danger and anger.
Hoffman's photographs are only part of Hitler's political overhaul. In early 1926, he's ready to turn his attention to another, those challenging his political authority.
One of his closest followers, Gregor Strasser, has more or less formed a breakaway party in the northern districts. Hitler has to bring him under control. But he also has to prove to the men in Munich that he is still the leader.
February 14th, 1926. Hitler calls for an emergency conference of party leaders in Bamberg. Nazi senior members from across Germany attend, including Gregor Strasser. There, Hitler demands his party's unconditional loyalty.
It's a do-or-die moment for Hitler, really. It's a moment when Hitler's got to reimpose his authority over the party.
Hitler takes a deep breath and then starts on what he knows is going to be the most important speech of his political career. Hitler now feels confident enough to deliver that knockout blow, which is to demand loyalty from every member of the party, including Strasser.
At the end, the 60 gather around Hitler, swear an oath of allegiance to him. The party is once more united, and once more under the firm control of its Führer, Adolf Hitler.
This is the first sign of Hitler being utterly ruthless. As a result of Bamberg, his self-belief just skyrockets, and he feels he's now well on his way to being the man that Germany so desperately needs.
Hitler has stamped his authority on the party, but there's one member who is not convinced by the unquestioned leader, Joseph Goebbels.
Hitler has realized that Goebbels has the communication skills, the propaganda skills that he wants for his campaign, and he's determined to woo him.
He takes him to Munich, he takes him to Stuttgart, he gives rides to Goebbels in his car, and he basically charms Goebbels into following him.
Goebbels, who kept a diary throughout his life, writes in his diary, "I love him. I stood next to him. He spoke to me. He gave me a photograph." And from that point, Goebbels is loyal to Hitler until the death.
July 3rd, 1926. At the party's next conference at Weimar, Hitler finally presents his new, carefully crafted persona, which will establish his authoritarian cult of personality, with himself as self-styled Führer.
One of the interesting things about the title that Hitler chooses, the title of Führer, is that it doesn't just mean a political leader, of course, and he doesn't intend it to mean a political leader. A Führer is a kind of guide, a kind of prophet figure.
He's stretches out his arm in the salute, which will, from then on, become the calling card of the Nazi Party.
The Heil Hitler salute that greets him everywhere is now compulsory, and it just shows that his grip, his authority on the party is iron strong.
In just 8 years, Adolf Hitler has risen up from a common soldier to the undisputed leader of a growing political party.
Certainly, he has gifts. A kind of rough personal charisma, public speaking, political organization. But there's also a certain ruthlessness and a willing to move against those who stand in his way.
In March 1927, the ban against Hitler speaking in public in Bavaria is lifted.
Hitler once again can be in the public eye. At last he's got what he needs, a public platform.
Hitler has perfected his image and honed his skills. And he is ready to unleash them upon a struggling Germany and an unsuspecting world.
Perhaps never in history have the man and the times been so closely aligned. And of course, the stage is now set for Hitler's rise to power, not just in Munich, but overall in Germany.
Fearing Adolf Hitler's territorial expansions are going to plunge the world into war, U.S. President Franklin Roosevelt sends a telegram to Germany's Führer, appealing for peace.
Roosevelt has asked Hitler to promise not to invade this long list of countries over the next decade.
Hitler's response is defiant, even sarcastic.
Finnland, Lettland, Litauen, Estland, Norwegen, Schweden, Dänemark, Niederlande, Belgien, Großbritannien, Irland, Frankreich, Portugal, Spanien, die Schweiz, Liechtenstein, Luxemburg, Polen, Ungarn, Rumänien, Jugoslawien, Russland, Bulgarien, Türkei, Irak, Arabien, Syrien, Palästina, Ägypten.
This is underpinned by his view that the United States is degenerate, that Roosevelt is an imbecile, that the United States Army is nothing.
But the speech is more than a mockery of Roosevelt's requests. Speaking to one of the largest radio audiences of his career, Hitler tells the world he has established a greater living space for Germany, without bloodshed or war. It's a lie that will cost 60 million lives.
Hitler. Who is the man behind the monster?
There were just so many parts of this story that didn't add up.
From teenage loner to national hero.
He was the Messiah for the German people.
How is he able to achieve it?
All of it was an act. All of it was a show.
This is the definitive guide to the most hated man in history.
September 1st, 1939. Emboldened by his earlier victories, Adolf Hitler orders the German Wehrmacht to invade Poland. It's an act of brazen hostility that dares the world to go to war.
What drives Hitler is that he wants more land for Germany, and nothing is going to stop him.
This is someone who is inhumane. This is someone who would stop at nothing to inflate his own position and that of Germany.
April 20th, 1939. 5 months before invading Poland, Hitler orchestrates the takeover of Czechoslovakia and celebrates by throwing himself a wildly over-the-top 50th birthday party. It It features the biggest parade in German history. 5 hours long, 50,000 soldiers, and a crowd of 2 million.
When Hitler celebrates his 50th birthday, he thinks of himself as being a messianic figure. Of course, having huge festivities to mark his birthday is a classic dictatorial thing to do. It represents a triumph not just of the will, but also of his own ego.
The endless spectacle is just the beginning of the festivities.
Across Germany, people send Hitler presents, gifts of food or ornaments, books, and they write him poems telling him, you know, what a great leader he is, what a hero.
What the German people actually like about Hitler is that he's simply torn up the Versailles Treaty. This is a remarkable achievement. He's done all this without having to risk a world war.
His high command also lavish him with extraordinary presents, including statues, paintings, and tapestries.
Himmler gives him a portrait of his great hero, Frederick the Great. Goering gives him a kind of hideous, gaudy model of the Museum of German Art. Gift-giving becomes extremely competitive.
Despite the whole country rejoicing in his triumphs, Hitler still feels he has something to prove.
Hitler assumes that, you know, there's one genius born a century and that he's that guy and that he's attained the age of 50 and hasn't enacted that genius yet.
He is a man who feels he's got a destiny, and it's a destiny that has to be achieved very, very quickly.
For the past 15 years, Hitler's rise to power has been built on his skills at manipulating the public image of himself and of the Nazi Party. Now he's focusing on reinventing Germany's image.
Hitler wants to transform Berlin from a simple capital of Germany to a world capital. He really wants it to be seen as the dominant city in the world. That is, it literally dominates the world.
He gives this epic task to Albert Speer, his top architect and one of his few personal friends.
So this is really that moment in which the world of architecture and the world of conquest come together. Hitler's office, the new Reichschancellery, is really a very important building that shows us how Hitler is staging his power for the foreign diplomatic corps. The idea is that you have to walk through these series of spaces before you got to the very middle of the Chancellery, which is a long hall modeled after the Hall of Mirrors in Versailles. And in the middle of that hall is Hitler's office. So you would have to make this very long trek before you actually came to the point, which was to meet and greet and talk to Hitler.
The new Reich Chancellery is just one part of Hitler's vision of a Nazi megacity he calls Germania.
It is going to be vast. It is going to be the center of the world's strongest military and of the strongest people, this racial view of the world as well.
These private images, taken by his personal cameraman Walter Frenz, show just how carefully Hitler would scrutinize Speer's designs.
There are models of Germania and all the buildings in the Reich Chancellery. And after dinner, like a little boy with his train set, you know, the obsessive Hitler will go and, you know, walk around these models and peer through the little windows and archways and imagine himself at the heart of this new Nazi utopia that he will one day build.
May 1939. Hitler is in no mood to waste time. Out of sight from foreign eyes and the German public, he hatches his plan to take back territories he believes rightfully belong to the German Reich.
There's never any question he's going to invade Poland. Poland, for German nationalists, is a sacred space because Germans feel, of all the losses in World War I at the Treaty of Versailles, the one they feel most keenly is the loss of the old Prussian heartland. These places have to be reclaimed. For Hitler to really stake his place in German history.
But his desire to reclaim Poland is confronted by a major complication.
When Hitler learns that the British have signed an agreement with Poland to guarantee their independence and freedom from invasion, Hitler goes absolutely apoplectic. I'll cook a stew they're guaranteed to choke on, he says.
A key ingredient of that recipe is an alliance with Poland's eastern neighbor, the Soviet Union. It's almost unthinkable, Hitler joining forces with a communist nation he professes to hate. But the strategic benefits are so great, he's ready to make a deal. August 23rd, 1939. After 5 months of discussions, German and Soviet foreign ministers Joachim von Ribbentrop and Vyacheslav Molotov meet in Moscow to finalize a non-aggression pact between the two nations.
The German-Soviet pact was a shock, not just for the wider world, but it was also a shock, I think, for many of those around Hitler. For Stalin, the big advantage of the pact, of course, is that he keeps the Germans at arm's length.
Joseph Stalin, a man who usually trusts no one, puts his trust in Adolf Hitler.
Signing the treaty with the Soviet Union in August of 1939 is one of Hitler's masterstrokes. Hitler has now signed a non-aggression pact that will allow him to begin his war with Poland without having to worry about war with the Soviet Union.
And in time-honored fashion, he slaps his knee, he orders champagne to be opened. Actually, he doesn't actually drink any champagne because he's a teetotaler, but nevertheless, this is celebration time.
As Hitler raises a toast to the successful peace accord, he is just days away from igniting a world war. September 1st, 1939. Adolf Hitler believes it is his destiny to reclaim living space for Germany. He gives the order, and the Wehrmacht begin its march towards Poland. He's absolutely certain Britain and France won't honor their guarantee to defend its borders.
He had to sit down with the British and French and had to discuss and negotiate about Czechoslovakia. But afterwards he thought to himself, I made a mistake. Our enemies are little worms, and I'm not going to go through that again.
Hitler has made a major miscalculation. September 3rd, 1939. 2 days after his forces invade Poland, Great Britain declares war on Germany. France follows less than 6 hours later. Hitler has totally misread the Western Allies. World War II has truly begun.
Hitler makes a massive misjudgment. He thinks that this pact that Britain and Poland signed to guarantee Polish safety is just British bluff. It's meaningless. Britain's no way going to step in if Germany invades Poland. And it therefore comes as a massive shock to Hitler when Britain reacts the way she does.
He's absolutely furious. He accuses Britain of trying to exterminate Germany. I mean, ludicrous kind of language, but it'll give you a level of his anger.
And the British aren't the only ones Hitler has misjudged.
With the invasion of Poland, the relationship between the German people and Hitler changes. They're suddenly beginning to get a glimpse of Hitler as a gambler. And I think that for many German people there's a worry about whether he's now bitten off more than he can chew.
The German people have no appetite for war. They were looking at Hitler as somebody that would rebalance the German economy, bring back peace and prosperity and security. They didn't want any part of another world war. And yet this is exactly what Hitler's going to give them.
To reassure the public and show he's totally in control, Hitler travels to the Polish war zone.
He is technically supreme commander of the armed forces, and he wants to be seen as the supreme commander, not just sitting at a desk somewhere in Berlin. Hitler boards his Führer train, as it's called, his armored train, and he sets off for the front.
He uses it to become almost like a kind of battlefield tourist. You know, he's not really there as the head of the armed forces. He's simply there to bask in any German military glory as a politician.
He comes back and ostentatiously displays the dust on his trousers, becoming perhaps once again the frontline soldier he was in World War I.
Within a month, Poland falls and is divided up between Germany and the Soviet Union. The Nazi-Soviet pact passes its first test and leaves Hitler free to aim his gun sights at an even more ambitious goal.
Hitler is asking the armed forces, how about the invasion of France? The French and the British will be caught off guard. The British are not even there yet. This is the moment, you know, when we need to attack. The army leadership says to Hitler, you just can't do it. We need a period of rest, reorganization, regrouping, and so on. But the German generals have been commanded now by somebody who does not understand many of the things that they're talking to him about. This does produce a very obvious tension.
Among the commanders Hitler listens to, opinions are divided on an invasion strategy. They offer him two dramatically different options for sending German forces into France.
Some officers argue for a conventional approach, a drive through Belgium and an invasion of France from the north. But a few officers want a more unconventional approach.
They're going to knife between the French army to the south and the British army to the north, cut them in two. This is an incredibly bold and daring plan.
This unconventional approach appeals to Hitler. He is not a trained staff officer. He is not an officer of any sort and has never done military planning. But something about the surprising nature of this suggestion appeals to him.
May 1940. Hitler takes the gamble. His Panzer divisions power through Belgium, Luxembourg, and across northeast France. 16 days later, the Nazis forced the evacuation of thousands of British troops from the beaches of Dunkirk. And in less than 7 weeks, their victory over the French opposition is complete. The stunning capitulation makes the German generals see their Führer in a new light.
Suddenly even they begin to think that perhaps Hitler actually has got some magic touch when it comes to strategy. And Hitler certainly thinks he's got a magic touch.
June 17th, 1940. For Hitler, victory over France is all his doing. And in this footage, shot inside his Belgian war room, he makes that point crystal clear to his commanders.
So we see in this footage, there's his general with the pen, and Hitler was, no, this is my victory. And he steals the pen out of the general's hand. He wants to take ownership of that victory. Look at their heads placed close together in this footage. Hitler holds his head right in line with the general, saying, I own this.
June 21st, 1940. With France on its knees, Hitler sticks in the knife.
Nowhere do we more see Hitler's theatricality and sense of revenge better displayed than when he forces the French to sign the armistice in the railway carriage at Compiègne.
Carefully choreographed to bring defeated France the maximum humiliation.
This is an incredibly symbolic act. That railway carriage is where the French made the Germans sign the armistice in 1918. And since then, that railway carriage had been stored in the museum for 20 years, and Hitler has it brought back to the exact spot where that armistice was signed.
For nearly half his life, Adolf Hitler has fantasized about this moment of revenge for the Treaty of Versailles, and he milks it for all it's worth.
He makes the French generals sit in that carriage. And he makes them wait. And he makes them wait. And he doesn't say a word for 10 minutes.
And then walks out while his generals read the terms.
There's a piece of paper for them to sign. Hitler's victory is absolutely complete.
It is the greatest day of his career. He has refought World War I, only this time with a more successful outcome.
2 days later, Hitler makes his one and only trip to occupied Paris to review his conquest.
After the defeat of France, Hitler visits Paris with two architects, Albert Speer and Geisler, and his initial thought had been that as a punishment of the French people, he would destroy their capital city. He decides instead he can outdo the beauty of Paris. He doesn't have to destroy it. What he will do is eclipse it. He will create in Berlin, Germania, this city that is even more magnificent.
Hitler also goes to visit the tomb of Napoleon. That's no accident that he does that, because he identifies with a man like Napoleon. Napoleon, of course, was a great military leader, had conquered many countries, and Hitler sees himself in that mold.
As Hitler heads back to Germany, he feels safe in the knowledge that there'll be national euphoria for the return of the savior. And with his unrivaled power, he's moved into position to settle old scores, break deals, and unleash a world of destruction. July 6, 1940. 2 weeks after his lightning victory over France and his obliteration of the Treaty of Versailles, Adolf Hitler returns to Berlin as the conquering hero.
It's like a scene out of Imperial Rome with Caesar coming back. Hitler is now a concrete emperor. He's a messianic figure.
Stop the frame right here. You notice? Hitler, he's grabbing the rail, he's leaning towards the crowd, he's soaking it in. I deserve this. I've worked all my life for this. Now, I'm here, I've arrived. Let's take a look at Goering. He's over here with the grin on his face, sending the signal he's not quite sure. I'm a little nervous. I don't know what to do with this. And that's the difference between a more normal person and a megalomaniac.
July 10th, 1940. Hitler assigns Hermann Goering the task of testing their one remaining enemy, Great Britain. He sends the Luftwaffe across the channel to destroy British ships and ports. July 19th, 1940. 9 days into the Luftwaffe's airstrikes, Hitler's cast-iron belief in his own destiny compels him to make a bold appeal to Britain's Prime Minister, Winston Churchill.
Und Herr Churchill sollte mir dieses Mal vielleicht ausnahmsweise glauben, wenn ich als Prophet jetzt Folgendes ausspreche. Es wird dadurch ein großes Weltreich zerstört werden.
After the defeat of France, the real problem for Hitler is what to do about Britain. Hitler's view is basically schizophrenic. At one level, he clearly admires Britain, but on the other hand, he thinks Britain is the chief enemy to be smashed, destroyed.
In dieser Stunde fühle ich mich verpflichtet, bei meinem Gewissen noch einmal einen Appell an die Vernunft auch in England zu richten. Ich glaube, dies tun zu können, weil ich ja nicht als besiegt um etwas bitte, sondern als Sieger nur für die Vernunft spreche.
It's not really a peace offer at all. I mean, it opens the door a little bit. It says, why don't you come to the conference table and we can, you know, start to discuss things. It's not at all clear, in fact, what Hitler has in mind, and perhaps not surprisingly, the British reject it.
Hitler realizes the only way he'll bring Churchill to the negotiating table is by force. By August 1940, as the Battle of Britain rages in the summer skies, he aims to strengthen his hand elsewhere. Despite their non-aggression pact, Hitler feels the time is right to invade the Soviet Union.
He reacts to the fact that the British won't make peace. He doesn't quite know what to do about that. Stalin is now pushing into Eastern Europe. And he thinks in the end that by invading quickly, he will get extra resources, and he'll be able to use those resources for the final defeat of Britain.
For Hitler, invading the Soviet Union will achieve an ideological goal he's dreamed about since writing Mein Kampf 16 years earlier. He will destroy Jewish Bolshevism.
The Soviet Union and Hitler were never destined to be longtime partners, and definitely not destined to be friends. Hitler perceives this to be his destiny, the smashing of communism, the building of a great Germanic empire to the east.
March 1941. Despite his relentless bombing of London and his plans to break his pact with Stalin, Hitler is still obsessed with his public image. So much so that he invites the foreign press to run a feature on his life as a Bavarian country gentleman.
It's a terrible irony that during this time, while Hitler is overseeing dreadful atrocities against the Jews and greater use of concentration camps throughout Germany, that his international reputation is being nicely burnished by the liberal press, such as the New York Times. These fantastic profiles of Hitler showing him with his dogs and his whole retinue up in the Berghof.
It's an indication of how deluded Hitler is becoming, that he thinks that he can win over countries who are absolutely antagonistic towards him.
As his army gears up for the Soviet invasion, the Führer has given much thought to the name of the offensive. As ever, he's looked to the past to draw inspiration from his boyhood heroes.
The original code names for Germany's invasion of Russia were pretty mundane, actually. They were Fritz and Otto. And when Hitler hears about these names, he thinks that is not symbolic enough. Let's go with Barbarossa, the emperor of Germany's First Reich.
November 12th, 1940. Hitler arranges a diplomatic meeting with the Soviets, this time on German soil.
Stalin sends the Soviet foreign minister, Molotov, to Berlin. From Stalin's point of view, this is an opportunity to renew the pact. From Hitler's point of view, he's trying to find out really what Stalin is thinking now.
It's all about keeping the Soviet Union sweet until the time is ripe for Hitler and Nazi Germany to invade the Soviet Union.
So, of course, Hitler is the great tactician, he is the great chess player, and he goes into this meeting trying to play Molotov.
Hitler aims to keep the Soviet Union out of Eastern Europe, so he can take it for himself. He offers Molotov territory from the British Empire instead.
He promises Molotov India, a portion of the British Empire he has not yet even conquered.
But in Vyacheslav Molotov, the Führer may have met his match.
Molotov is a tough cookie and a tough negotiator. He peppers Hitler with very, very pointed questions. They don't stop.
Hitler is always the one doing the intimidating. He's the one shouting. He's the one pointing. He's the one making these people tremble. Yet, it's Molotov playing that game back at him. And Hitler starts trembling with anger that he's been made to look bad.
By the end of the conference, Molotov has plenty of unanswered questions. Crucially for Hitler, he has no inkling of war.
Molotov thinks the Germans are going to stay peaceful, Russia is not in any danger. And in fact, Hitler has fooled him completely and intensifies his plans on the attack of the Soviet Union shortly after Molotov leaves.
Hitler's master plan for a new order of Europe, led by the Aryan race, appears to be on track. That is until a very personal act of betrayal threatens to change everything. May 11th, 1941. The sunny day is about to darken for Germany's supreme leader. A letter arrives for Adolf Hitler from Deputy Führer Rudolf Hess.
He is one of Hitler's most loyal henchmen, but he's actually a slightly pathetic man, and he's clearly out of his depths. Hitler starts to sideline him, and Hess decides that he's going to do his bit to win back the affections of the Führer.
And he wants to pull off something big, he wants to impress Hitler.
In the letter, Hess tells Hitler that he has flown an airplane to Britain on his own to try and broker a peace deal.
When Hitler hears about Hess's flight to Scotland, he goes absolutely apoplectic with rage. He emits, apparently, this almost animal-like scream. He's so angry. This is a recurring pattern in Hitler's life. When things go badly for him, he has a meltdown.
He's horrified because he sees it as a personal betrayal, but politically this is going to create all kinds of problems. His closest comrade is actually trying to broker peace with Britain. Is there a possibility that Hess is going to let the cat out of the bag about the invasion of Russia? So this is probably one of the biggest shocks of Hitler's life.
After several tries, Hitler comes up with what he thinks is the right cover story. He announces that Rudolf Hess has lost his mind.
If your number two is going on such an idiotic trip, it makes your whole regime look laughable.
And that's exactly the reaction reported in British newsreels when Hess is taken prisoner.
And now the amazing story of Rudolf Hess, the Führer's deputy. What the inside story is behind this dramatic episode, we shall probably learn in due course. But on the general principle of Nazi leaders coming over here to give themselves up, the more the merrier.
Hitler is worried that his credibility is going to be reduced to such a level that he may never recover from this.
He abolishes Hess's position of Deputy Führer. But the stress of the episode lingers with him, and he's already a man with mounting health issues.
Hitler suffers from numerous medical complaints, and they've afflicted him for years. It's also important to remember that a lot of Hitler's complaints are probably in the mind. He is a terrible hypochondriac.
He gets polyps on his vocal cords, no doubt as a result of all that kind of shouting, and immediately suspects that it's cancer. He saw both his parents die fairly young, and of course he saw his mother's death from cancer.
Over the course of the war, Hitler has become more and more dependent on drugs, prescribed by his personal physician, Dr. Theodor Morell. Morell's been on call ever since treating Hitler for eczema in 1936.
People around Hitler don't like Dr. Morell. He is smelly, dirty, and people instinctively don't trust him.
Hitler just snaps back. I don't employ him for his fragrance. I employ him for how he can cure me.
Among Hitler's growing health problems is a chronic sinus condition, for which Dr. Morell prescribes cocaine.
Dr. Morell gives him what we today basically just term Class A drugs. Hitler's body is just a cocktail of different drugs that are all reacting in all sorts of strange ways within him, and increasingly creating very strange and psychotic behavior.
Still, nothing takes his mind off his ailments like concentrating on war. May 1941. As he finalizes his strategy for a Soviet invasion, Hitler works his racial and ideological vendettas into his plans, issuing his so-called criminal orders to the armed forces.
Hitler issues orders to free the soldiers of any legal comeback if they shoot civilians, hence the description of these orders as criminal orders. The end game for Hitler was to deal with the Jewish problem and to deal with Bolshevism and criminal orders that catered for both these two groups.
There's an extraordinary kind of distance between Hitler sitting in his headquarters saying we've got to be brutal against the Russians, and German soldiers on the Russian front who are rounding up villagers, putting them in a barn and burning them to death.
But it shows you how detached he is morally from the consequences of what he's asking people to do, which is murder, and murder civilians, and murder children as well. And an indication of how morally bankrupt, frankly, Hitler's become by 1941.
June 21st, 1941. The night before the Soviet invasion, Hitler is in his apartment with Albert Speer, listening to some of his favorite music, Les Préludes by Franz Liszt.
And he says to Speer, listen to that, Albert, because you're going to be hearing that a lot from now on. That's going to be the music for our victory fanfare over the Russians. He's so sure he's going to win.
Like Napoleon before him, this decision means he's fighting a two-front war for the conquest of Europe.
He's thinking that he's invulnerable. Hitler sees the Soviet Union as the necessary showdown between good and evil.
Adolf Hitler's racist wrath is unleashed upon both Soviet soldiers and civilians. Jews, Gypsies, Slavs, Bolsheviks, men, women, and children are massacred by the Nazi SS as the German army advance. The Führer doesn't let the killing weigh him down.
He thinks that the salvation of the Aryan race has to come through the defeat of the Jews. So at this stage, killing millions is not a problem for Hitler.
Is starting the biggest military campaign the world has ever seen and will result in millions of deaths. Hitler still likes to see and project this image of himself as still being this slightly bohemian figure, and he says, rather than waging all this war, I'd rather just be wandering around Italy. He's a war leader, but he's also has this gentle side. He's a painter. It's complete nonsense. Hitler does have a lust for war, and he says that German gains should be made in blood.
November 1941. Millions of German troops are advancing through the Soviet Union. It's the largest army in history ever mobilized for a single campaign. As Germany's commander-in-chief, Adolf Hitler will manage the invasion from the dense forests of East Prussia at his new command center, the Wolf's Lair.
It's not a nice place to be, and Hitler, with his sort of noted and malignant illnesses and hypochondria, this was not the type of place where he really wanted to be. He festered in places like that.
It was not a choice posting for most people because, you know, it was remote, it was mosquito-ridden, and you had to endure Hitler.
Amongst Hitler's many failings is an inability to stick to a schedule. And the schedule at Wolf's Lair was a constant problem. There is a situation report sometime around noon, lasts a couple of hours, followed by a lunch, followed by another situation report. The boredom sets in amongst the officers. They begin to stifle yawns.
Hitler in a place like that was insufferable, you know, because all of his little petty bourgeois habits were accentuated, sitting around long after lunch, telling stories, talking about his rise. And so people just found it absolutely stultifying.
These private images, taken by Walter Frenz, the Führer's personal cameraman, gloss over his weaknesses as supreme commander.
The generals try and skirt round him. They try to carry out their operations, I think, regardless.
He will reject a lot of the analysis that is given until late in the afternoon. Then he'll sort of absently look over it, make a few bad decisions. So this is a guy who's not in any way, shape, or form acquainted with the actual physical realities on the Eastern Front or the Western Front.
December 5th, 1941. While Hitler takes his tea and watches movies, his 5-month-old assault against the Soviet Union is starting to unravel. Red Army counterattacks force Germany's troops back from Moscow.
This is a man who thinks that he could invade the Soviet Union and conquer it in a matter of a few months. It is patently absurd and totally unrealistic. Hitler's shambolic leadership has a directly negative impact on military performance.
December 7th, 1941. The Japanese launch a devastating attack on U.S. forces at Pearl Harbor.
The Japanese have attacked the U.S. Navy and forced the Americans to pursue the war in the Far East, giving Germany a decent interval to try to win the war in Europe.
When he hears about Pearl Harbor and the fact that he's got another ally in this great struggle of the Second World War, he's euphoric.
December 11th, 1941. 4 days after the Japanese attack, and back in Berlin, Hitler addresses his deputies, the German Reichstag, and officials from Italy and Japan.
Deutschland, Italien und Japan werden den ihnen von den Vereinigten Staaten von Amerika und England aufgezwungenen Krieg mit allen ihnen zu Gebot stehenden Machtmitteln den Weiter bis zum siegreichen Ende führen.
It's official. Hitler declares war on the United States.
Any sane onlooker has to be thunderstruck by the complacency with which Hitler greets the U.S. entry into the war. Hitler really doesn't care.
Hitler is now living in the realms of fantasy. Hitler isn't just monumentally misguided and arrogant at this point. He's also totally paranoid.
Among his delusions is his long-held belief that the Jews are responsible for all his troubles.
Hitler points to the entry of the U.S. into the war as yet more example of this internationalist Jewish conspiracy, through the banks, through the media, through political elites that are ganging up against him.
And of course, like all good conspiracy theories, there is one underlying theme. Behind both of those threats, from East and West, for Hitler, is the sinister figure of the Jew.
Hitler is losing the plot. To him, this all makes complete sense.
With the Soviet Union pushing back, the British standing firm, and America joining the war, Hitler's path to victory is blocked by mighty obstacles. But no matter what happens on the battlefield, Germany's messianic dictator predicts victory. For Adolf Hitler, it's an ideological crusade worth the sacrifice of millions of lives.
This is the moment when Hitler has decided he's going to drag everyone down with him. After this, there's no going back.
Spring 1942. While bitter conflict rages across the battlefields of World War II in Europe, North Africa, and the Pacific, Adolf Hitler settles in for an extended stay at his newest bunker, the Wolf's Lair, reveling in the isolation.
People are dying across the world because of Hitler. Rather than focus on that huge issue, he's focusing on a microcosm. He's taking a little tiny detail of control and practicing. How perfectly can he get his dogs to do what they're told? He's fiddling whilst Rome burns.
Hitler. Who is the man behind the monster?
There were just so many parts of this story that didn't add up.
From teenage loner to national hero.
He was the Messiah for the German people.
How is he able to achieve it?
All of it was an act. All of it was a show.
This is the definitive guide to the most hated man in history. January 30th, 1942. A little over a month after German Führer Adolf Hitler declares war on the United States, a capacity crowd gathers at the Berlin Sportpalast Arena, eager to witness his first public speech of the new year.
The Sportpalast speech represents restatement of Hitler's prophecy, that the Americans have forced the Germans into a world war, and that a world war will result in the annihilation of the Jews of Europe. We can read it as an initiation into this huge program of mass killing that is now about to really take off. So rather than a threat, as it was in Hitler's 1939 prophecy, this is now something that's actually happening.
This speech is the closest Hitler ever gets to publicly acknowledging the Holocaust. Three years earlier, Hitler personally endorsed a Nazi euthanasia program, which systematically murdered Germany's physically and mentally disabled. It became a public relations disaster.
The T4 program is one of the most disturbing elements of the early years of the Third Reich, and Hitler was directly associated with it, and it stained him irrevocably. The German people reacted against it, and they associated Hitler with it. But he had learnt his lesson.
It's a lesson that teaches Hitler to be scrupulous when it comes to keeping the blood of the Jewish slaughter off his hands.
There is no paper trail linking Adolf Hitler to the Holocaust. And this is an extraordinary thing in such a highly bureaucratized state that kept meticulous records of every single minor activity.
Great lengths were taken to ensure that there wouldn't be a written order to the effect of, okay, murder all the Jews in Europe.
Hitler never visits an extermination camp, nor does he ever witness an execution. He demands that his world is totally insulated from the grisly details.
I think the most surprising thing about Adolf Hitler is his inability to face up to his actions. He's someone who needs to be in a closed society, almost a closed world.
He's like a kind of classic gangster. They don't want to be reminded of the deep immorality they're absolutely mired in up to their necks. It is murder and it's blood-soaked. When he's patting those small children on the head, there are small children several hundred miles to the east having their heads smashed against the side of railroad carriages. But it's a reality that nobody wants to acknowledge.
At his country headquarters, the Berghof, Hitler holds forth on many subjects, but he never mentions the Holocaust, and his entourage are careful never to bring it up. According to her memoirs, in 1943, Henrietta von Schirach, the daughter of Hitler's personal photographer, breaks the unspoken rule.
She's seen Jewish women being brutalized in Amsterdam, and she's determined to raise it with Hitler under the almost charmingly misguided belief that Hitler would be appalled in the same way as she is. So she goes to the Berghof, she had some tea, a slice of cake, and she mentions this horrible, horrible thing that she's seen in Amsterdam. And Hitler just snaps. Jewish women in Amsterdam, what are they going to do with you? Literally shouts at her, and he just orders her out, and she leaves the room in tears. And she's never to be seen at the Berghof ever again.
January 23rd, 1942. Hitler invites SS Chief Heinrich Himmler and other senior aides for a quiet meal. According to his staff's official memos, private moments like this provide the Führer with the perfect opportunity to give the Holocaust his blessing, without issuing a direct order.
They're having a fine meal, immaculate tablecloth, everything just so, very civilized encounter, in which the conversation turns, as it often does with Hitler, to the Jews.
The talk is chilling. It's not bureaucratic, but it's Hitler saying things like, if I had to say to the Jews, could you just go voluntarily, and they said they didn't want to, then I'd see no other option but extermination.
Notice here how Hitler doesn't tell anyone to do something specific. He allows those around the table to draw their own conclusions.
Hitler doesn't need to confront the practicalities of Jewish genocide, because he knows Heinrich Himmler will. It's a process known as working towards the Führer.
Everyone knows how Hitler feels about the Jews, and the way to curry favor with him is to anticipate his hatred. The more radical solution is the one likely to be adopted in Nazi Germany as the war goes on.
Different bodies and individuals compete to have access to Hitler and to have their ideas authorized by him. And the SS's control of Jewish policy is because Himmler is, at this point, Hitler's favorite. If you want to know what Hitler is thinking, you look at what Himmler is doing.
January 20th, 1942. 3 days before his meal with Hitler, Himmler's Nazi SS convene a meeting at this stately home in a Berlin suburb. Here they set out the final solution to the Jewish question. Ever since Hitler passed anti-Semitic laws in 1933, Jews have been brutally persecuted, and 1.2 million have been killed in the past year. Now the Nazis aim to systematically deport every Jew in Europe. Their fate is industrialized murder. New extermination camps with gas chambers have just opened.
In Hitler's last will and testament, he makes clear that he is very proud of the way in which the people that have had to be killed for the Greater Germany have been killed in a humane way. He thinks the whole concept of gassing is a good, clean way of killing people.
He knows what's going on when they arrive at Treblinka or Sobibor or Auschwitz, when they're herded into the gas chambers. But for Hitler, the Holocaust is something which is done by other people.
February 1942. For nearly a decade, Hitler has experienced unbridled success as leader of Germany. But the tides of war are starting to turn against him. The U.S. is a formidable new enemy, and the Soviets are not rolling over like the subhuman Slavic race he expected. After a brutal winter, Hitler is eager to get on the attack again and settle the score once and for all.
For Hitler,
This is to be a war of annihilation. It is a clash of civilizations. It is a clash of races. And there will be no second place. Either Germany or the Soviet Union will be completely destroyed.
Winter, 1941. From his eastern headquarters, the Wolf's Lair, 500 miles from the front line, Adolf Hitler decides he wants to personally oversee the plans for a new Eastern offensive.
You've got a man who wants to be the supreme warlord, but desperately also wants to be the person right there in the middle of operations. And you can't do all that.
But he is. And when a devastating Soviet counteroffensive in December 41 leads his generals to recommend tactical withdrawals, Hitler overrules them all, issuing a halt order. He tells his troops they must stand and fight to the death.
In human terms, this is a very, very expensive order. The number of men who are lost, hundreds of thousands. But that doesn't matter because Hitler only thinks in the short term. As far as he's concerned, the halt order has worked.
It draws attention in Hitler's mind to the ability of his generals. There's always been a fragile relationship between the two. While things are going well, he's prepared to let them get on with it. But as soon as they don't go so well, he begins to take a more hands-on approach.
April 20th, 1942. Hitler is so determined to tighten his grip on military command, he refuses to leave the Wolf's Lair. To celebrate his 53rd birthday, his political and military leaders are forced to come to him.
Hitler's what we would now call a control freak, beyond all bounds. He needs to assert his dominance over other people, without exception, at all times.
Stop right here. This man and Hitler are shaking hands. One thing that's very telling here is there's personal distance that he wants to close because we tend to draw closer to people we like. So he tries to pull them in, but Hitler clearly is very reluctant. There it is, right there. He's pulling them in and he steps in. He's trying to send a nonverbal message to Hitler, let bygones be bygones. Whatever problems we had in the past, they're over with. Let's be friends again.
This man is Joachim von Ribbentrop, Nazi foreign minister. He strongly opposes Hitler's invasion of the Soviet Union, and the two men's relationship has suffered a difficult winter.
This is not a happy birthday. There's some kind of undercurrent going on there that lets us know that this may be the beginning of a break with Hitler and his generals.
Throughout 1942, Hitler's controlling nature intensifies the longer he remains isolated at the Wolf's Lair. From here, he's filling the long days training his German shepherd, Blondie, and interfering in every military decision, no matter how small.
Hitler insists that any German soldier wanting to marry a foreign woman submit photographs and a resume of the foreign woman to him for his own personal review. It was just the madness that drove him. His ability to obsess about little details like that, even as this titanic war was raging.
June 28th, 1942. From the Wolf's Lair bunker, Hitler launches his new Eastern offensive and demands the final say on all military strategy. He decides to thrust over 1 million men towards distant oil fields in the southern Soviet Union. In these private photographs by Walter Frenz, Hitler, the military amateur, can be seen imposing his will on seasoned commanders.
It's command by remote control. There's Hitler sweeping his hand across vast maps of the USSR. And that's where the problems come, because the German generals are consummate professionals. They know about logistics, they know about the twin tyrannies of time and space. Hitler is not. He goes with his intuition.
July 9th, 1942. Only 11 days into the new Eastern Offensive, Hitler ignores the objections of his generals and splits one of his army groups to attack the Soviet stronghold of Stalingrad. The decision weakens his forces in the south, and they struggle to gain ground. 6 weeks later, on August 24th, at a forward command in the Ukraine, Hitler's frustration boils over.
It's hot. It's humid. The news from the front is increasingly bad. He turns to his chief of the general staff, General Franz Halder, and says, "You don't know anything about making war. I was a soldier on the front in World War I. I know more than you do. What did you do in World War I? You sat there on that same stool in front of that same table drawing on your maps. You don't have a wound badge."
In an unprecedented move, Hitler fires Area Commander Field Marshal Wilhelm List and takes personal command of his army group. Germany's supreme leader is now micromanaging the day-to-day logistics of 300,000 men.
We have Hitler calling up front commanders and saying, "Where are your anti-tank guns in place?" Calling up the Air Force and saying, "Send 3 Ju-52 transport aircraft to such and such an airbase." These are things that should be done by the men on the spot, men who have the technical expertise.
The thing that made the Germans better than anybody else in Europe at war was the clean, crisp communications between all arms. Along comes Adolf Hitler, who throws all that stuff in the dustbin.
Fractured and overstretched, the Eastern Offensive stutters to a halt under Hitler's command. And as another bitter Soviet winter descends around Stalingrad, exhausted German troops besieging the city ask their commander-in-chief to let them fall back for warmth and supplies.
He's sitting in the Führer train, the dining car, the rosewood paneled dining car, when another train pulls up alongside. A boxcar carrying German soldiers, bedraggled, demoralized, some grievously wounded. These are troops from Stalingrad. As those ragged scarecrows peer into the window of his dining car, he reaches across the table and pulls down the shade.
January 1943. It's a new year, but for Adolf Hitler, much remains the same. He's consumed by endless bad news from the Eastern Front. After 5 months of bitter fighting for control of Stalingrad, the Soviets have fought back and encircled his troops.
As the Battle of Stalingrad begins to go badly, and as the German army there is cut off, Hitler begins to think in terms of German honor, German strength, German racial superiority. Germans wouldn't be taken by mere Slavs, that sort of thing.
As far as Hitler's concerned, this is now ideological. This is an end game to deal with Bolshevism and to deal with the Slavs.
And so this racialist nonsense that forms Hitler then comes to drive his decisions.
Sondern weil mir daran gar nichts mehr lag. Nicht nur deswegen, weil vielleicht Herr Stalin daran glaubte. Das Entscheidende ist in diesem Krieg, wer den endgültigen Haken austeilt. Und da können Sie überzeugt sein, das werden wir sein.
By the start of 1943, 50,000 German soldiers have already died in the Stalingrad siege. Hitler once again refuses to let his army withdraw.
There's a complete lack of reality at the Führer headquarters. In Stalingrad, Men are starving, they've seen their comrades killed, the freezing sub-zero temperatures. It's a cataclysmic scene, but Hitler doesn't want to face up to the realities on the ground.
He's created this kind of fantasy world, I think, about what German soldiers can do, which bears no reality, in fact, to the extraordinary conditions they have to face on the Eastern Front.
January 22nd, 1943. Hitler receives a desperate appeal from the German commander inside Stalingrad. His men are surrounded, out of ammunition, and forced to eat their horses to survive. General Friedrich Paulus wants permission to surrender.
It's a completely logical request from a military commander. Hitler won't allow it because he's still fixated with this idea. You're going to go down in history if you make the Russians know that the Germans will never give in.
He promotes Paulus to General Field Marshal because he expects his generals and field marshals to fight to the last man and the last cartridge. If not, he expects them to commit suicide.
Hitler thinks that his soldiers are ideological warriors for a great idea. But they're the ones stuck out in a frozen waste, 1,000 miles from home, trying to eat a frozen horse.
Just a few days later, General Paulus and the soldiers in Stalingrad surrender. The German army has lost almost 250,000 men to the battle.
To Hitler, this is the ultimate betrayal. The worst cowardice any of his generals could actually perpetrate is surrendering to the archenemy, the Bolsheviks.
Hitler is distraught and shocked that he didn't just put a bullet in his own brain. Hitler says that the remains of 6th Army should have gathered around in a circle and shot each other with their last bullet.
Hitler struggles to deal with the reality of the defeat and withdraws into the bowels of the wolf's lair.
Privately, Hitler's in a really, really bad place. The only thing he has for company is one of his Alsatians.
It's an emotion with his adjutants and discussing military progress and so on, but he can't bear the reality of this defeat. And so from then on, he eats only with women, usually his secretaries, and those women are under orders to keep the conversation light and cheerful.
You couldn't bring him bad news. If you brought him bad news, you'd be exiled, demoted, executed. Even when a brave subordinate would give him the real estimates, Hitler would often respond, well, he'd write in the margin, this just can't be true. And so Hitler's defeat is written in this inability to wrestle with reality.
June 4th, 1942. Hitler's tendency towards delusion and denial is captured on a secret audio tape. Made without his knowledge by a sound engineer, it's the only known recording of him speaking in private and off the record. Hitler can be heard trying to explain to Finnish Marshal Carl Gustav Mannerheim why the assault on the Soviet Union isn't going to plan.
Hitler admits he was not properly prepared. He underestimated Russia, but he can't admit he's wrong. So the way for him to kind of justify or rationalize his mistake, he says, I would have done it anyway. When Hitler says the Russians had 35,000 tanks, it's clearly an exaggeration.
In truth, at maximum strength, the Soviet army only has around 23,000 tanks. Even in trusted private company, Hitler is manipulating the facts.
These are bald-faced lies. He states them with such confidence that people in the background are going, yes, 35,000, yes, 35,000. What he does then is he has the audacity to say, nonetheless, we knocked out 34,000 of those 35,000 tanks. When in fact, that's fantasy. He's in a fantasy world.
Summer 1943. Hitler's state of denial is setting the tone for his entire regime. Propaganda Minister Joseph Goebbels has released films showing German women on the home front enjoying the good life. But when Hamburg is carpet-bombed, Hitler can no longer hide the truth. Allied air superiority has become overwhelming, and the city burns. Adolf Hitler shows no empathy at all for the suffering of his citizens.
On the one hand, he has feelings for animals and children, but on the other, he has absolute indifference to the suffering of human beings. He believes that these hardships are what the German people have to go through for final victory.
Hitler does not make a gesture toward his public that I'm with you still, I'm one of you. Instead, he buys 3,000 paintings that are going to be housed in a new museum of art. In 1943, 1944, the last thing you want to do is spend an exorbitant amount of money on artworks, and yet he does it. Not exactly a man who's staying with his people to the bitter end in the most horrible of conditions.
One of the funny things, well, funny in a very sick way, is that, you know, Hitler hopes that the Allied bombs will destroy the Berlin Town Hall, which he sees as an execrable form of architecture. Had he been in charge, he would have built a better town hall. And so he keeps looking, have they bombed it yet? Have they destroyed it yet? And if they don't bomb it, I'll be really disappointed, and I might even bomb it myself.
With the war clearly turning against him, Hitler, a once powerful and prolific orator, only makes 2 speeches in the whole of 1943. One of them shortly after the defeat at Stalingrad.
It's really an issue for Goebbels to try to coax Hitler to speak to his people. When he does speak, Hitler is himself dejected.
Ich glaubte, dass jetzt die Stätten meiner Arbeit, an die ich seit Monaten gebunden war, mit ruhigem Gewissen verlassen zu können. Dank dem Opfer und Heldendum unserer Soldaten der Ostfront ist es gelungen, nunmehr endgültig die Krise, die das deutsche Heer durch ein unverdientes Schicksal gestürzt worden war, zu überwinden.
It's monotone compared to his normal speeches. He no longer brings people to that crescendo, to a spiritual sense of orgasm.
Denn das Weimarer Deutschland,
once Hitler loses his ability to move the German people by his oratory,
die Front zu stabilisieren und jene Maßnahmen einzuleiten,
he's losing the very thing that brought him to power.
in den vor uns liegenden Monaten wieder den Erfolg bis zum endgültigen Siege sichern soll.
July 9th, 1943. The Allies invade Sicily, opening up a new Western front. 16 days later, Adolf Hitler's closest Axis ally, Benito Mussolini, is taken into custody by his own government. The big picture isn't good. But the Führer isn't concerned with the big picture. His focus is on attempting a daring rescue.
Ultimately, Hitler is a child. He's someone who thinks that getting Mussolini back and putting him back atop a fascist state will somehow turn things around for the Axis. And Hitler has a very curious relationship with Mussolini. In the 1930s, Hitler is very much an acolyte of Benito Mussolini, an admirer. His prized possession is a signed photograph from the Duce.
I think there's a genuine fondness that Hitler feels for Mussolini. Why? Because he's the only other man on the planet who has any idea of what it's like to be a jackbooted dictator of a European fascist state. But of course the relationship falters as Mussolini's political and military campaigns falter. And so therefore it's Hitler who has to end up bailing him out.
September 2nd, 1943. German intelligence informs Hitler that intercepted messages have revealed where Mussolini is being held in the Italian mountains.
The idea of rescuing Mussolini is terrifically exciting for Hitler. SS Commando unit crash land a load of gliders on the side of a mountain and storm a hotel, rescue Mussolini in a tiny little Fiesler Stork aircraft, and back in time for tea and medals. Hitler's completely delighted because it's a great coup.
But when Mussolini is brought before Hitler, the Fuhrer is distraught to see the state he is in. He is no longer the once great warlord of Italy. He is an old man in a shabby coat. He's broken.
September 23rd, 1943. Despite Mussolini's wretched condition, Hitler occupies most of Italy and puts the Duce in charge of a puppet government. Meanwhile, on the Eastern Front, German forces are being overwhelmed by huge Red Army maneuvers. Just 2 months earlier, a German offensive called Operation Citadel is smashed to pieces by a Soviet counterattack. 50,000 men are killed or injured. Crushing losses like these push Hitler's senior generals into advising a defensive strategy.
Hitler is a gambler, and a gambler just sort of throws it to the wind and says, I have a feeling I'm going to hit big this time.
And when German army units, army groups, generals countenance withdrawal, he believes that they're not worthy. And he said, those men with their purple stripes down their trousers make me sick. They're worse than Jews. That is how strong Hitler feels about the German general staff.
The feeling for one of Hitler's most senior commanders is mutual. In the summer of '43, Field Marshal Erich von Manstein begins to be openly critical of the Führer's aggressive tactics. A position that earns him several visits from Hitler himself.
This is a rich piece of footage. Historical context. Hitler, after winning so many battles, now is losing. And his general, von Manstein, is trying to get this message across to Hitler. And he's trying to say, hey, occasionally we need to do a tactical retreat. But Hitler's not about retreat at all. He's forward, forward, forward thinking. And so you note the relationship here. The general is not pleased. I don't like what's happening here. And Hitler's not interested at all. In fact, for most of this footage, he's actually disengaged. You can see that he's not even really listening. He doesn't really even care about all these passionate details that the general is giving him. Instead, he wants to gain power over the situation. He's trying to put his hands on his hips to look powerful, but the hands go up high so he looks like he has little chicken wings, and he's clocking about this situation. Then there's the big reveal, the handshake. This is the not let go handshake. And this handshake is not the normal 3 to 5 seconds. In fact, it lasts for over 30 seconds. It goes on. And finally, it disengages. But it tells me Hitler is saying, I am done with you. You have no power. I am the one with the power.
Within months of this meeting, Hitler fires Manstein. He's determined to cleanse the army of anyone who disagrees with him, even his best men. Generals Halder, Guderian, and Rundstedt, heroes from the French campaign, are ultimately all dismissed. In their place, Hitler installs inexperienced men who will do as they're told.
You know, there are generals who are being paid by Hitler under the table outside of their normal salary, large sums of money to support him. He's paying them for loyalty. He's paying them to shut up and do their job.
The new generals are Hitler's minions and don't dare make a decision without his say-so, even when their boss is increasingly detached from reality. May 1944. Enemy forces are converging on the Reich. The Red Army are less than 400 miles from Vienna, and the Allies are at the gates of Rome and preparing a huge invasion force in England. But in the early summer days at his Alpine headquarters, the Berghof, Hitler manages to find some peace. His mistress, Eva Braun, so often kept at arm's length, is thrilled to have her man back by her side.
Eva Braun says it reminds her of the good old days. Short walks with the dogs, films in the evening, sitting by the fire, cake in the tea house, guests staying, people out on the terrace, on the lounges. However, we know that in his relationship with Eva Braun, as in so many other areas of his life, Hitler resorted to drugs. He was injected with testosterone, cocaine eye drops, everything.
That spring, Hitler's leg starts to shake uncontrollably. His personal physician, Dr. Morell, notes in his diary that it's probably stress-related. He adds a new shot to the Führer's morning meds. It's believed it contains the powerful stimulant methamphetamine.
One of the things that we know more about today than we did in the past is Hitler's drug use. He was on a cocktail of something like 74 drugs. And so this clearly clouds the mind.
June 3rd, 1944. Eva Braun takes advantage of Hitler's detached mood and decides to host her sister's wedding reception at the Eagle's Nest above the Berghof.
At weddings and at formal occasions, he's wheeled out as the kind of slightly embarrassing relative who's a bit creepy and austere and detached. He's kind of glassy-eyed and he's just not there anymore.
He's, of course, dealing with his own health issues, his own insomnia, his own worries about where this is all leading. From a propaganda perspective, this is powerful because the whole Hitler myth is built upon sort of accessibility to Hitler, hearing his voice, seeing his face.
When all those things were absolutely needed to convince the German people that Hitler was still the leader of the country, he doesn't show himself at all.
Hitler stages his operational command at the Berghof, and senior generals have to travel there for strategy meetings. Every day, a few hours are set aside from what is otherwise a very leisurely routine.
The whole kind of schedule of the day is teenagery. And Hitler talks about the 4 years between the death of his father and the death of his mother as one of the happiest periods in his life. And he is absolutely indulged by his mother. He has to do nothing except lie in and enjoy himself. And with the help of drugs and the mountains. And that's what he recreates in the Berghof. So the long lie-in, the late breakfast, the medical treatments, the injections, the pills, before lunch. And then he will walk down to the tea house, eat cake, and he gets driven back uphill because he never likes to physically exert himself. Supper, another vegetarian meal, and then it's a very strong expectation that everyone gathers around the fire and he starts talking. and he talks and talks and talks about art, about race, music, vegetarianism, history,
talking to
the
people.
difference between...
They'll have to sit there and listen to it. And we have many memoir accounts where people say, my God, I was ready to shoot myself. I thought he would never stop.
More cake is served, and he bangs on and on and on, and nobody can go to bed until he stops, and it can be 2, 3 in the morning.
June 5th, 1944. True to his routine, Hitler stays up late, chatting and watching movies with Eva Braun, before finally retreating to his quarters to sleep at around 3 a.m. He's completely unaware that 600 miles away in Normandy, northern France, American paratroopers have started to fall from the sky. It's the first phase of what German intelligence has long expected, an Allied invasion. Just over 3 hours later, at 6:30 a.m., massed Allied forces begin landing on the beaches of Normandy. D-Day has begun. And the Führer can't be woken.
Hitler was the only guy that could release divisions, reserve divisions, to repel the invasion, and yet nobody would wake him.
Hitler is literally asleep at the wheel. Landing craft are bringing the troops to the various beaches: Gold, Sword, Juno, Omaha, Utah. The Allies are ashore at Normandy, while Hitler is rubbing the sleep from his eyes.
And it's not until about 10 o'clock that his staff dare to wake him up.
When he does awake, his response is curious. "Gentlemen," he says, "it's finally happened. They're finally here, as I've expected them to come. Now let's see what happens."
Hitler sees this as a moment where the Germans are going to show the British and Americans a proper war.
He is facing disaster with open arms. He's standing on a precipice with the German people. He's going to take them with him to apocalypse.
Summer 1944. Almost 5 years after Adolf Hitler orders his troops to invade Poland, daring the world to go to war, the Allied forces hit the beaches of Normandy and are pushing the German army back. While in the east, the Soviet advance seems unstoppable. Despite this, the Führer appears relaxed.
Hitler is presenting an aura that suggests everything is just a little setback on what is a destined providential path.
But Hitler's unwavering belief that a glorious victory awaits is at odds with his top generals.
Many of his senior commanders are beginning to ask themselves more and more, what are we going to do about Hitler? If we go on fighting against Germany, we're going to be destroyed.
Hitler. Who is the man behind the monster?
There were just so many parts of this story that didn't add up.
From teenage loner to national hero.
He was the Messiah for the German people.
How is he able to achieve it?
All of it was an act. All of it was a show.
This is the definitive guide to the most hated man in history. July 7th, 1944. Adolf Hitler arrives at Klesheim Castle in Austria to play his part in an important mission. Germans are desperate for reassurance of their superiority, so the Führer's propaganda team is staging events for him to discuss what he's calling Wunderwaffen, wonder weapons.
A constant refrain of Hitler's in the late period of the war is that, hold on, the wonder weapons are coming. Certainly, by bringing forth the possibility of wonder weapons, He is giving his officers, his men, and his people a reason to stay in the field until the bitter end.
For years, Nazi scientists have been tasked to develop superweapons that could change the face of war. These include a jet fighter, the Me-262, giant U-boats, and a nearly 200-ton tank. Though the most fearsome weapon of all is the Vengeance Weapon 2, or V2 rocket. These photographs by Walter Frenz reveal a test of the world's first ballistic missile. Development of the V2 is so secret, Hitler forbids Frenz from making the photographs public.
You probably could say he is falling into some kind of self-delusion. None of these secret weapons individually were going to turn the tide of the war.
Unlike the German people, some members of the army aren't falling for Hitler's vision.
That opposition is not from the highest reaches of the officer corps. It is not Hitler's generals. It is what we would today call field-grade officers. Hitler's war has led them all into disaster, and Hitler's recent decisions have been particularly catastrophic.
July 20th, 1944. The Wolf's Lair, the Führer's headquarters on the Eastern Front. Hitler is on his way to his regular lunchtime conference with his senior military advisors. At 12:30 p.m., the meeting begins with a discussion on how best to use the army units currently based in Germany.
Hitler is just leaning over this massive oak table upon which there's a map of the military situation. The whole table just vaporizes beneath him.
At 12:42 p.m., an explosion kills 4 men and destroys the conference room.
The blast blew a lot of Hitler's clothes off. Such was the magnitude of it. It seems to be a miracle, at least certainly in Hitler's eyes, that he survived.
Just over 2 hours after his brush with death, a defiant Adolf Hitler puts on a show of invincibility.
He doesn't even cancel his events for the rest of the day. Mussolini is on the way to a visit. Hitler greets him and takes him on a tour of the building in which he had almost just been killed.
Since becoming Nazi Party leader, there have been over 40 attempts on his life, though none coming as close as this. 12 hours after the blast, Hitler makes a radio address to the nation to prove he's alive and well, lest the circulating rumors of his assassination help the plotters seize power in Berlin. The impromptu speech is the first time in over a year that he's speaking directly to the German people.
Ich selbst bin völlig unverletzt. Nur ganz kleine Hautausschürfungen, Prellungen oder Verbrennungen.
His voice is unmistakable. And then some of the plotters listen to the radio broadcast and they say to themselves, it's all up, we failed.
Ich fasse das als eine Bestätigung des Auftrags nach Vorsehung aus, mein Lebensziel weiter zu verfolgen, so wie ich es wieder getan habe.
The plot to kill Hitler is led by Army General Friedrich Fromm's Chief of Staff, Colonel Klaus von Stauffenberg.
Removing Adolf Hitler as this borderline insane guy who is going to run Germany into the ditch and replace him with more rational statesmen and military leaders who will wind down the war and try to preserve German power intact.
Stauffenberg placed a briefcase bomb within yards of Hitler's feet. Hitler's death was to be the signal for an army coup, codename Operation Valkyrie.
Ergreift die Unser Patron darstellen, sich ein bisschen verkleinert. Hat mit der deutschen Wehrmacht und vor allem auch mit dem deutschen Heer gar nichts zu tun. Es sind ein ganz kleiner Flügel verbrecherischer Elemente, die jetzt todbarmherzig ausgerottet werden.
By the time Hitler's on air, Stauffenberg and 3 of his co-conspirators have already been executed, and others with even the slightest connection to the plot will meet their fate in the coming weeks. In the meantime, Hitler makes another public appearance, this time visiting those wounded in the blast.
There's cotton wool stuffed in his ears to protect his eardrums after they've been burst by the blast. His right arm and hand are in obvious massive amounts of discomfort.
He has serious balance problems and in fact urges that he not be put in front of an audience at any time in the near future because he might just keel right over.
As Hitler leaves the hospital, an adoring crowd awaits. In the wake of the assassination attempt, there's a major upsurge in pro-Hitler sentiment.
A great many ordinary Germans really did feel a great sense of relief that Hitler had survived. There were a lot of demonstrations across Germany of support for Hitler, enthusiasm for Hitler, letters saying, oh, thank God you've been saved.
For Hitler, the public adulation does nothing to heal the emotional scars left by the explosion.
He is very, very scared by what's happened, and he becomes increasingly paranoid that something like this will happen again. He therefore orders that nobody near him can wear a pistol. In many ways, Hitler becomes like one of those mad Roman emperors who's obsessed with people trying to poison him.
Hitler even begins forcing 15 women taken from local villages to taste his every meal.
After they'd eaten it and survived, they burst into tears with relief because they were so kind of wound up that this could be their last mouthful.
There have been traitors at every turn. Traitors in his entourage, traitors in the party, traitors in the upper reaches of the officer corps, traitors all over the place.
July 23rd, 1944. Many of Hitler's most experienced generals are replaced with yes men. To demonstrate their loyalty, the Wehrmacht makes the Heil Hitler salute compulsory for all servicemen. The military is no longer capable of staging a coup to oust him. And now that Hitler is driven by a lust for vengeance, he is ready to launch an unequaled reign of terror. August 7th, 1944. It's been 2 weeks since the failed attempt to kill Adolf Hitler, and now the Führer will have his revenge. Any of Colonel Klaus von Stauffenberg's co-conspirators who haven't yet committed suicide are to be publicly disgraced in a series of show trials in the so-called People's Court. Hitler wants what becomes known throughout Germany as blood vengeance.
Hitler has a vengeful personality. We've seen that in the past. Here, he can really let his vengeance, his sense of vengeance go, because here are real plotters, real threats to the German people, real threats to the German future.
He orders them all to be hung up with piano wire, which is the most gruesome death. What makes it even more gruesome is that Hitler has it filmed.
According to Albert Speer, Hitler watches films of the executions night after night. Meanwhile, Heinrich Himmler's Gestapo is given full rein to summarily execute anyone perceived as a threat.
A new kind of criminal justice is now put into play, the Sippenhaft, the arrest of those who are disloyal to the regime and the punishment of their families.
It leads to massive reprisals all across Germany as Hitler now pursues his sick revenge fantasies against anyone even remotely suspected of connection to this plot. 7,000 Germans are arrested, 4,980 killed.
Along with this repressive state came a heightening of repression within the armed forces. Tens of thousands of German soldiers are put on trial and shot in this last year of the war, usually on specious charges of desertion or cowardice. For an army whose manpower reserves had become so limited, this was the last thing it needed.
August 24th, 1944. As Hitler orders the execution of his own soldiers, Allied forces liberate Paris. And by September, U.S. troops become the first invading force to set foot on German soil since the war began.
Most Germans are despairing. They know the war is almost assuredly lost. And yet, the Hitler myth proceeds. There are enough people who believe that Hitler still might have one last trick in his bag.
September 6th, 1944. The first V-2 rocket is fired at Paris. It's the first of thousands to target the Western Allies. But like other wonder weapons in Hitler's arsenal, they fail to stop the advancing Allied forces. October 16th, 1944. The Red Army crosses the German frontier into East Prussia.
In Nemmersdorf und den anderen ostpreußischen Orten hat die den
Nazi propaganda seizes on evidence of atrocities.
We have now Goebbels and Hitler pressing the notion that if you don't fight harder, if you don't ward off those Asiatic hordes from the east, they're going to exact horrifying revenge.
Geschändete Frauen, erschlagene Greise, ermordete Kinder.
Hitler's merciless treatment of the Soviet people during his invasion is coming back to haunt German civilians. The Red Army wants retribution, and yet Hitler rejects any suggestion of a brokered peace. Driving him on are memories from his darkest hour, the so-called stab in the back, when according to Hitler, socialist politicians betrayed Germany by surrendering at the end of World War I.
One of the significances of the belief of the stab in the back is a determination that it will never happen again. And so that when we move forward to the Second World War, defeat, destruction with honor is preferable to surrender. He will never allow any of his soldiers to surrender, and he certainly won't surrender himself.
Yet when his inner circle urges him to make public appearances to rally support, Hitler is now cold and indifferent to his people's plight.
For ordinary German people, it's a problem. Who are we fighting for? I think for a lot of soldiers, a lot of ordinary workers and so on, they're increasingly fighting for Germany now, not fighting for Hitler.
Hitler appears oblivious to the consequences of his fading public presence. Instead, he's focused on turning the tide of the war, which he believes only he can achieve.
If he doesn't do something now, sooner or later he's going to be squeezed between the vice of the Western Allies on the one hand and Russia on the other. In his view, the better chance of succeeding is taking on the Western Allies. He doesn't have a hugely high regard for American troops.
Using his panzer divisions, Hitler wants to attack between American and British forces in the Ardennes forest and take the port of Antwerp, their crucial supply line.
This is Hitler's last big roll of the dice. If he can split these armies, then this will vastly slow down the Allied deployment to Western Europe, allow him to fend them off, and then turn everything he has against the Soviet army moving in from the east.
Hitler's generals know they are woefully under-equipped for such an assault. They don't have enough fuel or military hardware. And even if they do reach Antwerp, German high command informs him that there's no way of holding the port.
He disregards it all and says, believe me, you know it's going to work. We're going to unhinge the enemy in the West as we unhinged them in 1940.
December 16, 1944, Hitler launches his Operation Autumn Mist, a conflict more famously known as the Battle of the Bulge. Initially, the Allies are caught unprepared. But Germany loses 300 planes and 100,000 men in just 40 days fighting. Hitler's gamble is a fiasco. As his generals feared, Germany's forces buckle in the face of Allied air superiority and troop numbers. Hitler demands a showdown with his military commanders.
Hitler reacts to the failure of the Ardennes offensive really rather characteristically, of course, that he blames everybody except himself.
It's the fault of the German generals and the German troops, who simply didn't live up to his high expectations.
I've decorated them and I've spoilt them with everything, and they've just betrayed me.
Hitler's failed attack leaves his forces desperately depleted. The Luftwaffe's heavy losses also mean that German ground forces lack critical air cover. Germany can no longer fend off the Allies from the west or the Soviets from the east.
It's a bleak moment of truth. Hitler realizes that there aren't any more gambles. There's got nothing else to play.
He responds to this devastating reality in characteristic style. He threatens to kill himself. Just like in 1923, in the wake of the failed Munich Putsch, and in 1931, on learning of his beloved niece Gailey's suicide. But as Colonel von Bülow later recalls, Hitler changes to another course of action.
We may be destroyed, but if we are, we shall drag a world with us, a world in flames.
His propaganda mastermind, Joseph Goebbels, the man more responsible than any other for Hitler's rise, begs his Führer to speak to the people.
Despite Goebbels' exhortations, come on, mein Führer, go out there, rally people, Hitler knows there's nothing there. There's nothing to defend.
Conceding his dream of a 1,000-year Reich, stretching from the Atlantic to the Urals, is over. Hitler searches for someone new to blame and decides it must be the German people.
He feels that they have let him down and have let themselves down.
In his own racial fantasies, only the strong survive. And if the Germans are now going down to defeat, it is because they are not worthy to survive.
The once feared German war machine is now retreating further back into the fatherland. For all of his calls to German destiny and greatness, Hitler is now committed to sacrificing his people. In an act of spite against the nation he believes has led him into ruin. January 31st, 1945. Stalin's Red Army reaches the Oder River. They're just 43 miles from Berlin. In the past 7 months, hundreds of thousands have been lost defending Adolf Hitler's Germany from invasion.
They are now having to call up young boys and old men. It's really the last throw of the dice.
Hitler is forced to admit the hopeless situation. In a rare moment of honest reflection, he dictates his thoughts to his private secretary, Martin Bormann.
The situation is serious, very serious. It seems even to be desperate.
What he makes clear is that the current Germans have let him down, but there will come a new Germany. New generations will come.
Whatever reverses we may suffer in the days that lie ahead of us, the German people will draw fresh strength from them, and whatever may happen today, it will live to know a glorious tomorrow.
Hitler retreats to a bunker complex beneath the Reich Chancellery as an act of defiance.
Hitler can go anywhere he wants. He can order up a plane, he can fly to Obersalzburg, he can go to the American zone in the hope that he'll be taken by them. So, remarkably, Hitler stays in Berlin, stays right in the path of the Red Army that's coming to get him.
The great dictator who once ruled from an opulent headquarters in the Alps now spends most of his day in a 9 by 12-foot room.
He looks like an old man. He's acting like an old man. He's doddery. He's incoherent. He rages more and more.
People close to him find it difficult to know exactly what he's thinking. Is he totally despairing, or does he still have hope?
February 9th, 1945. With German forces collapsing in both the East and the West, Hitler withdraws into a world of fantasy.
Is he planning new strategies to get Germany out of the problem it's in? Is he opening negotiations with the Allies? He's doing none of these things. He's peering at models of an architectural rebuilding of Linz.
Hitler's personal cameraman, Walter Frenz, captures him unveiling a model of his beloved hometown in Austria. It's a moment Hitler has waited for since commissioning the rebuilding 5 years before.
There he is, like a little boy, his kind of long-term childhood passion reignited, and he's staring at every detail.
His thoughts turn to his jubilant homecoming during the Anschluss in 1938. Since then, his armies have looted the grandest monuments throughout Europe to service his dream.
His old hometown is going to be the recipient of this great treasure, so that Linz will finally outshine Vienna and really be the city of the cultural future.
Hitler still talks of retiring to Linz after the war, a dream that at this point is clearly a delusion. If he needs confirmation of this fact, he gets it only days later. February 12th, 1945. News reaches Hitler of the Yalta Conference, where Allied leaders Winston Churchill, Franklin Roosevelt, and Joseph Stalin are meeting to discuss post-war Europe. They agree there will be no negotiated end, only unconditional surrender, and war criminals will be put on trial. Armaments Minister Albert Speer records Hitler's defiant response.
I have always said there can be no question of capitulation. History does not repeat itself.
It doesn't really matter if everyone's dead at the end of it, but so long as they've never surrendered. That's all that's important to Hitler.
February 24th, 1945. The Führer's most loyal Nazi bosses, the Gauleiter, are summoned to Berlin.
The Gauleiters, who haven't seen him for about 6 months, are pretty shocked at his appearance. He's in a hell of a state. He looks haggard. He's kind of dragging his feet along the floors. He's got bags under his eyes. Even saliva is dribbling from his mouth.
They come from the four corners of Germany, expecting to hear some explanation, some plan for how Hitler is going to get them out of this mess. And what they hear is profoundly disillusioning. Hitler repeats and rambles and rehashes.
Wenn wir selbst dieses deutsche Volk
Hitler seeks refuge in the past, fondly recalling his first speech as Chancellor, when his powers of oratory had the nation in his grip. For hours, he jabbers on about past triumphs, with barely a mention of his country's present nightmares.
For the first time since the early days of the party, these staunch Nazis are no longer convinced by what he has to say. Both mentally and physically, he can no longer inspire them, and he probably can't save Germany.
It's a bit like turning up at a wake. It's a wake for the funeral of the Third Reich. The war is lost, and not just lost, but catastrophically lost. And everything they've struggled for has failed.
Adolf Hitler is about to make his countrymen feel the final agony of his failures. With no political solutions to Germany's dilemma, Hitler's only option is to trigger the apocalypse. March 3rd, 1945. In a rare excursion from his Berlin bunker, Germany's Führer Adolf Hitler visits army headquarters on the Eastern Front, now just 40 miles northeast of the capital. Months of military setbacks have taken their toll.
All films of Hitler would be very carefully monitored for whether they showed any signs of his physical deterioration. In his penultimate appearance on camera, it's very clear to see that his left arm is shaking.
For at least 2 years, Hitler's had an uncontrollable trembling in his left arm, a jerking left knee, and a shuffling gait. Now at just 55 years old, the symptoms are so severe, they're undermining his authority.
People don't respect him. Why don't you hold this shot right here? We see, in the old days, Hitler would be standing, he would command the room, people would be looking at him, and in this particular situation, he's sitting down. And the height difference means that these people here are now looking down to Hitler versus Hitler looking down to them, which a leader does. He's a broken man and he knows the end is near.
March 7th, 1945. The woman who stood by Hitler for the last 13 years, Eva Braun, arrives in Berlin.
People are shocked because they know that Hitler has ordered her not to come. Hitler wants her to stay safe, away from Berlin, but she's decided that she wants to be with Hitler. She knows that Hitler is never going to leave that bunker alive, and she wants to be there with him.
March 15th, 1945. Hitler gets a memo from his armaments minister Albert Speer. The German economy may be only 1 month from collapse. Once that happens, they can no longer fight the war. 4 days later, Hitler summons Speer to the bunker. He is determined to destroy Germany rather than surrender. Hitler demands Speer destroy Germany's infrastructure by implementing a scorched earth policy, later known as the Nero Decree, after the emperor who is believed to have burned Rome to the ground.
Finally hearing that the war is lost liberates Hitler to be the radical he always perceived himself to be. In Mein Kampf, Hitler states that Germany will be a world power or it will be nothing. And when he realizes that the war is lost, he's as good as his word. Power plants, factories, roads, dams, they are all to be destroyed. They are to leave the German people with nothing. Even for a true believer like Speer, and he is a true believer, the Nero order goes too far.
Speer works to persuade the army and local party chiefs to ignore Hitler's demands. He's the first Nazi minister to openly disobey the Führer, a clear sign that Hitler's absolute control is waning.
In the bunker, he's absolutely out of touch. He can't see what's happening across his country. I don't think he even knows that he's being disobeyed.
March 20th, 1945. The last surviving footage of Hitler, a man whose career was made by the media and who for the past 12 years has insisted every major event be filmed. He's meeting a group of Hitler youth who are fighting to protect Berlin and have the honor of dying for the Führer.
Hitler makes a big thing that the Hitler youth are really loyal to him, and he praises them for defending Berlin. There are teams of people going around and arresting anybody who tries to escape and stringing them up on lampposts.
To preserve Hitler's credibility, the censor cuts this camera angle from the film. Hitler's hand shakes violently as he conceals it from view. It's clear he's falling apart.
One minute he snatches at a piece of news and thinks that might be a positive thing. At another moment, of course, he is plunged into despair. By this stage, Hitler hopes that Providence has got something up its sleeve.
April 16th, 1945. Hitler's hope of divine intervention is dashed. Stalin unleashes the brutal power of the Red Army and resumes the Soviet offensive on Germany's capital.
He's asking for updates. How long till they get here? How many hours from the center of Berlin are they?
4 days later, on Hitler's 56th birthday, the Soviets are just 10 miles from Berlin. Shells rain down on the city. For the first time since becoming head of state, Hitler shuns all celebration.
Throughout his life, Hitler has made a big thing of his birthday, but on this final birthday, he's too depressed.
April 22nd, 1945. Hitler learns that the 3rd SS Panzer Corps hasn't carried out the counter-offensive he ordered. The act is nothing short of betrayal.
For the first time ever, Hitler publicly admits that he's given up. The facade has just gone, it's crumbled completely, and all you're left with is this husk who's just admitting that the battle is lost. And this surely is the moment when he decides that he's going to end it all, and he says as much.
Hitler tells his entourage he'll stay in Berlin and kill himself at the last moment, then have his body burned. A decision that evokes a surprising telegram from his longtime supporter and deputy, Hermann Göring.
He suddenly gets news from Göring, who's managed to flee to Bavaria, saying, "Dear Führer, you're locked up in Berlin, you can't do anything very much, so I think I'd better take over."
Göring wants Germany's top job.
For Hitler, that's absolutely unacceptable. There is only one Führer.
He then discovers that SS Chief Heinrich Himmler has been attempting to negotiate with the Allies.
He's furious because to Hitler, loyalty to him is a critical characteristic. Once somebody breaks that bond, then for Hitler, that's the worst thing somebody can do.
Still capable of pitiless revenge, but unable to reach Himmler himself, Hitler orders the execution of Himmler's top aide, Hermann Fegelein, guilty by association. Less than a year before, Hitler hosted Fegelein's wedding to Eva Braun's sister, Gretel. Despite Eva's desperate pleas, and the fact that Gretel is about to give birth to Fegelein's child, Hitler characteristically shows no mercy. He has Fegelein shot for desertion.
He is always capable of absolute ruthlessness, and he will always carry out his own wishes, and he will not submit to the desires of other people.
April 23rd, 1945. Stalin's vengeful troops storm into Berlin. Their target is Hitler's bunker. For Adolf Hitler, the game is nearly over. There is only one card left for him to play. April 28th, 1945. The once powerful Nazi leader Adolf Hitler is trapped in a bunker below the Reich Chancellery as Soviet troops wreak havoc in the streets of Berlin above. Here he receives the shocking news that Mussolini, his old friend and political role model, has been murdered, and his body strung up alongside his mistress in a Milan square.
Hitler is desperately anxious that it's not going to happen to him, but absolutely confirms his decision that he will take his own life.
Hitler turns his thoughts to Eva Braun, his hidden mistress for 13 years and the most loyal person in his life. Throughout his career, he's resisted her desire to marry, claiming it would distract him from his life's work. Now that he's decided on suicide, there's no reason to deny her wish.
Hitler recognizes the incredible loyalty and devotion that Eva Braun has given him, and he agrees to marry her.
April 29th, 1945. The simple ceremony takes place in Hitler's conference room in the bunker, just past midnight.
They swap rings, which have been stolen from prisoners in the Gestapo jail, and they sign their wedding certificate. Eva Braun seems to be flustered. She signs Eva B and then crosses out the B and puts Hitler.
That night, the Führer and his secretary, Traudl Junger, withdraw to his study, where he dictates his final will and testament. His instructions are that once he is dead, Admiral Karl Dönitz should become president. Then he reaffirms the obsessive belief he first expressed in Mein Kampf over 20 years ago.
This is what Hitler says at the end in the bunker. Above all, I pledge the leadership of the nation and its followers to the scrupulous observation of the racial laws and to implacable opposition to the universal poisoner of all peoples, international jury. These are Hitler's last words.
For Hitler, the war was started by the Jews and lost by his army generals. He accepts no responsibility for himself. April 30th, 1945. Soviet forces are just a third of a mile from the bunker. At 3 p.m., Hitler asks his valet for his gun.
He's always had the idea that it's success or death. There's no middle way. Suicide is the fitting gesture for a hero such as himself.
Hitler's 33-year-old wife, Eva, chooses to take cyanide and die with him. May 1st, 1945. German radio announces the death of Adolf Hitler. To preserve the myth of his heroism, the broadcast says he died fighting the Soviets. A wave of suicides follows the announcement.
Nazism is a death cult. It's an ideology that stresses loyalty and selfless devotion to an ideal and to a leader. And of course, what better way for humans to demonstrate that kind of loyalty than to take their own lives?
With their messiah now gone, the cult of Hitler quickly disintegrates.
For many Germans, the magic spell is over. The bond is cut. Hitler is dead. They're released, in a sense, from their commitment.
The Allies will soon control Germany, and as images of the Führer are publicly burned, his followers scramble to erase their association with him and the Nazis. May 6, 1945. The moment Adolf Hitler strived his entire political life to prevent comes to pass. The remnants of the Nazi regime send General Alfred Jodl to sign Germany's unconditional surrender. Across the world, 60 million men, women, and children lay dead. 7.5 million of his own people, victims of battle, victims of death camps, victims of one man's demented dream. A man who came from a small Austrian town, whose credibility was established by a lie born out of a bloody conflict. A man whose self-belief was ignited by his gift for public speaking.
Hitler had this incredible magnetism. He had this ability to speak to Germans deep in their soul.
A man whose revolutionary exploitation of film empowered him to seize control of a nation.
Hitler has become a reference point for where the Germans went wrong. Germany, ever since 1945, has been atoning, really, for what it was that Hitler did.
Such is the power of Hitler's legacy that only in 2015 was reprinting aloud of his toxic manifesto, Mein Kampf.
We're told not to see the world in black and white, to always recognize that there are various shades and gradations. But in Hitler's case, it's difficult to see him as anything else but the embodiment of evil.
January 1932. Political pioneer Adolf Hitler is taking Germany by storm. With only 2 months until the presidential elections, he's working hard to convert a new bloc of voters to his Nazi cause.
Hitler is aware of the power that he can have over women. There's a sexual element to the charisma that he can exert.
Hitler's on the street being mobbed by women like he was the Beatles or something.
And it's not just women being transfixed by his performances.
Wir können uns meinetwegen töten, kapitulieren werden wir nicht.
But the grueling campaign is taking a shattering toll.
Backstage, after one of his speeches, he's sitting, drenched in sweat. He's eating a bowl of soup. His hand is shaking uncontrollably. This is a man who has sweated out every ounce of energy in the last 2 hours.
For the Nazi Führer, this effort will all be worth it if, and only if, he achieves his ultimate goal, absolute power. Hitler. Who is the man behind the monster?
There were just so many parts of this story that didn't add up.
From teenage loner to national hero.
He was the Messiah for the German people.
How is he able to achieve it?
All of it was an act. All of it was a show.
This is the definitive guide to the most hated man in history. May 1928. Nearly a decade after defeat in World War I, Germany's economy is showing signs of life. 39-year-old Adolf Hitler knows his party thrives on unrest, and this national stability could spell trouble for the Nazis. 4 years removed from the coup attempt that landed him in prison, the upcoming federal elections will be a political litmus test, and his propaganda team go into overdrive.
Hitler and his brain trust had high hopes going into the 1928 elections. They'd done an extraordinary amount of work to take the party national.
May 20th, 1928. Despite such high hopes, the election is a disaster for the Nazis.
A mere 2.8% of the German electorate cast their votes for the National Socialist Party, a total of just 12 seats in a 500-seat Reichstag. It's a shattering blow.
Hitler and his Nazis are increasingly being seen as an irrelevance by many people. Just a rabble of thugs from southern Germany.
The dismal results have the Nazis turning to their Führer for solace after the humiliating loss. At the Burger Bräukeller beer hall in Munich, Hitler steps to the podium to confront defeat with defiance.
He said, the struggle continues. We're going to go on fighting this fight. But now he says we're going to take the kid gloves off. Now they're really going to target the enemies of Germany and make those enemies of Germany pay for what they've done. What he really means, of course, is that the party is now going to go out and fight communism on the streets.
By sheer force of personality, Hitler galvanizes his dejected followers and sets himself up as their indispensable leader.
Hitler clearly sees himself as the leader who will save Germany. He will save Germany in body and soul.
October 29th, 1929. If Hitler's party is to expand beyond Germany's political fringe, they need an opportunity. That comes with the Wall Street crash of 1929. Weimar Germany's economy had been rebuilt on loans from U.S. banks. So when the Americans demand their money back, the country suffers a catastrophic financial crash.
Now that there's a crisis, now the Germans have lost faith in the economic system and the German government's ability to take care of them, suddenly Hitler is the man of the hour.
The important thing about the political strategy of the party is that it depends on people finding Hitler rather than the other way around, identifying Hitler and the National Socialist Party as the movement that will somehow solve their grievances.
As establishment politicians fail to get the crisis under control, Germans turn to the political extremes.
They see voting for Hitler as a protest vote. It's a protest against the wider economic world. It's a protest against big business.
If Hitler knows anything by now, it's that his party thrives in just these sort of unsettled times. Nazi membership begins to soar.
With his eye on redemption in the 1930 election, Hitler unleashes his party's propaganda machine. Led by former Nazi party rival Joseph Goebbels, they create showy public spectacles with Hitler as the star attraction. August 2nd, 1929. Thousands fill the streets to hear Hitler speak at a Nazi party rally in Nuremberg. He advocates nationalism, but strategically softens some of his radical ideology.
He plays down the anti-Semitism because he's not confident that the majority of the German public is really that interested in anti-Semitism as a movement. But they're very interested in economic revival. They're very interested in the future of Germany as a great power.
He's what we would today call even a political celebrity, if you like. He would be invited on chat shows, he would be on TV all the time.
Hitler's broad promise to restore German greatness connects with a public furious with government as usual. And the results of the 1930 election prove it.
6.5 million voters, 107 seats in the German Reichstag, to become the second largest party in the Reich. The September 1930 elections are the moment when he truly becomes a global figure, as well as an important German one.
After the Nazi Party's electoral success, Hitler's life takes on the trappings of a statesman. He splits his time between his retreat in the mountains of Bavaria and a lavish 9-room bachelor pad in Munich. A chauffeur-driven Mercedes and a uniformed staff are at his beck and call.
By 1930, Hitler has become a relatively wealthy man. Sales of Mein Kampf have tripled, so he's earning a lot of royalties. And to top it all, he's a tax dodger.
He lived this enormously expensive lifestyle in this very posh flat in Munich. His expenses were great, but the income he declared were nothing like it.
August 1931. As a wealthy statesman, Hitler's dream of becoming Germany's supreme ruler is within reach.
Hitler is, for the first time in his life, a respected politico. At the same time, his personal life seems to be careening out of control.
Hitler is a 42-year-old bachelor, so he portrays himself as being married to Germany. But being single is more about a troubling history he has with much younger women.
Hitler's romantic relationships replicate the pattern that he saw in his own parents, the dominant man, the submissive woman.
The relationships he has with women are not that of a kind of boyfriend and girlfriend or husband and wife. They're almost more like father and daughter, or even father and dog. These people have just got to be utterly compliant to him.
But when one such relationship ends in personal tragedy, it threatens to derail Hitler's plans for Germany before they even begin. September 1931. Adolf Hitler's most important relationship is with a woman who lives in his Munich apartment and routinely appears by his side in public. His 23-year-old niece, Gaily Raubel. Hitler uses Gaily to promote his image as a wholesome family man. Over time, questions crop up about the exact nature of their relationship. Lovers or not, Hitler is the dominant figure in her life.
Hitler wants to control her life. He should be the only man in her life. And when he finds out that she has an affair with his chauffeur Maurice, he is devastated and upset. He is terribly jealous.
There's this chilling sentence that Gaily Raubel says to her friends. My uncle is a monster. Nobody understands what he demands of me.
It's around this time that rumors begin swirling in the press that Hitler is keeping Gaily a virtual prisoner in his home.
She is by now in love with a young man in Vienna. So she wants to go to Vienna. He won't let her.
September 18th, 1931. Neighbors overhear a terrible fight between Hitler and his niece. Later that same day, Hitler leaves Munich and heads for Nuremberg.
The next day she is found dead. It was his revolver. Did he shoot her? There are lots of witnesses who said he wasn't there that night. So we don't know whether he shot her, she shot herself, or a third party shot her. That is the great mystery to this day.
Whether suicide or murder, Gaily's death leaves Hitler emotionally shattered. Such breakdowns are a recurring theme throughout his life.
He misses her funeral and takes himself off to be on his own by a lake. There are rumors and certainly fears amongst those close to him that he's contemplating suicide.
Aside from the personal crisis, the event plunges Hitler into a political one too. The press starts to dig, and they unearth another scandal from 5 years before. A former lover, 16-year-old Mimi Reiter, attempted suicide after an autumn romance in 1926. There's also speculation about Hitler's association with a known homosexual, Ernst Röhm, head of the Nazis' SA paramilitary force.
There are some extraordinary headlines in the press that most political leaders could never recover from. Hitler's lover commits suicide. Nazi leaders are bachelors and homosexuals.
Hitler must respond fast, or his political future is doomed.
Hitler falls back on some of the tools that he's most crafty with. He uses Heinrich Hoffmann to present photos of him as anything but the deviant that he's portrayed as.
In early 1932, Hitler's private photographer Heinrich Hoffmann publishes a book of photographs called The Hitler Nobody Knows, to promote the image of a masculine family man.
He is seen in a family atmosphere where he is, you know, the nice parental type. Of course, all staged, totally staged.
Hoffman's book becomes a bestseller. Hitler's media manipulation restores his public image and saves his career.
It's extraordinary that within a year Hitler has recovered from this scandal and there's simply no dirt on him at all.
Hoffman is responsible for more than salvaging Hitler's future in politics. During a visit to the photographer's studio in October 1929, Hitler meets the woman who, after Gailey's death, will become his intimate partner for the rest of his life. Eva Braun.
She's 17 years old. She's slim, she's blonde, she's rather glamorous, but she's very innocent, young, naive girl who's had kind of quite a strict, conventional upbringing.
She fits in very well in the way Hitler likes women. They always have to be very young, very childlike, a bit trivial and superficial, and he wants to mold them, really. In a way, she is the second Gailey. She is the reincarnation of his niece.
Hitler shows the same controlling behavior towards Eva that he did towards Gailey. But this time, he won't allow himself to become vulnerable.
She falls madly in love with him, but he keeps her at a distance.
Eva doesn't settle for being kept at arm's length for long. Right in the middle of the 1932 campaign, she takes drastic action.
It's only just over a year after Geli Raubal's death that Eva Braun attempts suicide for the first time. She shoots herself in the neck.
Whatever her motive, Eva survives. But another scandal in his private life could kill Hitler's career. So he buries the incident, and the affair is hidden from the public. For Adolf Hitler, nothing can interfere with his plan to become absolute ruler of Germany. March 1932. With his wholesome public image restored and his private life in check, Adolf Hitler returns his focus to politics and his dreams of becoming supreme ruler of Germany. The forthcoming presidential election is his chance to capitalize on his growing popularity. Hitler's rival is a national hero and Germany's president for the last 7 years. 84-year-old Paul von Hindenburg.
It's hard to imagine two men more different. Hitler, the former army private, Hindenburg, the famous field marshal.
While Hindenburg represents Germany's old order, this lowly Austrian-born former private is every inch the modern political pioneer, who during the 1932 campaign canvasses the country in his own Air Force One.
Now this is an incredibly new idea, to use a plane to get around Germany in the 1930s. It's revolutionary.
He delivers speech after speech after speech, sometimes 5, 6, 7 speeches a day. He seems to be everywhere.
This new style of campaigning turns the Nazi movement into a political juggernaut.
Unser deutsches Volk, unser Vaterland, die Bewegung, die beides einmal retten muss. Ich habe die Energie und die Zähigkeit gehabt, von den damaligen 1000 Mann vor 10 Jahren bis heute 14 Millionen zu machen. Und ich werde aus den 14 Millionen die 20 und die 30 Millionen machen.
In less than a week, Hitler delivers 20 speeches at rallies all over Germany, reaching nearly 1 million people. Hitler is a rock star on Germany's political stage, and like a modern concert tour, a massive publicity machine orchestrated by Joseph Goebbels grooms his image for national consumption.
He's a celebrity. People stand in line for hours to get him to sign an autograph, or to shake his hand, or merely to touch his shoulder. It's clear by now that there are millions of Germans, tens of millions perhaps, who would have no problem at all in seeing Hitler at the pinnacle of power in their country.
April 10th, 1932. When the votes are counted, Hindenburg once again comes out on top. But the Nazis win an overwhelming 230 seats in the later Reichstag elections, making Hitler the leader of the largest party in parliament. And he's ready to wield that significant political clout.
In a personal meeting with President Hindenburg, he is offered the post of vice chancellor. That is second in command, and Hitler has no desire whatsoever to do that. He will hold out for nothing less than total power.
He thinks his time has come. This is confirmation of the Messiah complex that's been in place now since, let's say, the mid-1920s, that his will has dictated that he should become chancellor.
But there's one last hurdle. Hindenburg is hostile to the idea of Hitler being chancellor, telling Hitler directly,
I cannot justify before God, my conscience and the fatherland transferring the authority of government to a single party that is biased against people who have different views from their own.
But for the next 6 months, Hitler is relentless in his pursuit of power. And after yet another election success for the Nazi Party, Hindenburg bows to the inevitable. January 30th, 1933. Despite his objections, Hindenburg appoints Adolf Hitler Chancellor of Germany. Though in doing so, he assumes that once in power, Hitler will toe a more conservative government line.
Now, this is an exceptional miscalculation, and I think Hindenburg and many of those around him really failed to understand entirely the nature of popular politics. But this is not a question of controlling Hitler. If you give Hitler the chancellorship, the chances are you're the ones who are going to be controlled.
February 10th, 1933. Hitler arrives at the Sportpalast in Berlin to make his first official speech.
His first speech as Chancellor is the biggest moment of his life. It is his opportunity to set the tone, to make his mark, and to prove that he really is worthy of leading Germany.
This is not a typical speech of a politician. You have stormtroopers, you have Nazi flags. Already you get a sense that somebody brand new is on the scene.
After a decade of manipulating his image, perfecting his oratory, and crafting his public persona, this is the moment Hitler's been destined for.
Typically, politicians always came in from the front. Hitler comes in from the back.
They're waiting for Hitler to speak. They're in anticipation. They've been high-Hitlering. And what is he doing? He's pausing. There's power in this silent pause. The power of that pause gives him status.
For nearly a minute, he teases the audience with his silence.
He says, I'm presenting myself to my people. I am the Messiah. And he waits, and he takes in the adoration. He starts out very slowly. It's like the beginning of a relationship.
Die zum Einsatz der Millionenbewegung nunmehr führten, sind Ihnen bekannt.
Now comes part two. After he's developed that rapport with the audience, And this is where he speeds up the cadence, he increases the tone, and he wants to send his message. He's increasing the emotion. He's starting with the chopping, making his points. He starts the staccato bursts. He talks very fervently, and he's sweating, and he's spitting. And the words are coming out of his mouth like a verbal orgasm.
It's a mesmerizing show, presented at the perfect moment.
Niemals an Hilfe, die außerhalb unserer eigenen Nation, unseres eigenen Volkes liegt. In uns selbst allein liegt die Zukunft des deutschen Volkes. Wenn wir selbst dieses deutsche Volk emporführen durch eigene Arbeit, durch eigenen Fleiß, eigene Entschlossenheit, eigenen Trotz, eigene Beharrlichkeit, dann werden wir wieder emporsteigen, genau wie die Täter einst auch Deutschland nicht geschenkt erhielten, sondern selbst sich schaffen mussten.
It took all of 14 years to achieve his goal. But there are still two obstacles left to Hitler's unchallenged rule of Germany: President Hindenburg and the persistent threat of the Communist Party. February 27th, 1933. A week before the federal elections, the Reichstag building, the heart of German democracy, is deliberately burned to the ground. It's a shock to the nation.
The Reichstag fire comes at a particular moment of real political tension between the new government, National Socialists, and the German left.
Hitler tells the reporters that he knows who set fire to the Reichstag. It was the communists. A well-prepared communist plot, he says.
A Dutch communist is arrested for arson. Hitler uses the crime to attack his entire movement.
Millions of Germans believe Hitler when he says that the communists are on the march and that they're forming up for some kind of assault on the German state.
Now Hitler has a pretext for getting Hindenburg to sign an emergency decree. It grants Hitler the authority to imprison enemies without trial and to restrict free speech. It lays down the legal foundations for the Third Reich.
The emergency decree is broadly approved of. What people don't, I think, understand is that the emergency decree is never going to leave the statute book.
This is a brilliantly calculated act of manipulation. In one stroke, Hitler is now free to wipe out all his political enemies.
February 28th, 1933.
By dawn the next morning, 4,000 members of the Communist Party have been arrested.
With the Communist Party leaders imprisoned and the threat of the left removed, Hitler is cautious not to publicly overplay his dominant hand. March 21st, 1933. Celebrations of the newly elected Reichstag are held outside Potsdam Garrison Church.
Hitler now wants to portray to the German people and to the German government that he is no longer a threat. He's not a whacked-out right-wing nut. Stop right here. You see, this is Hindenburg. You'll notice that he's in full military uniform, and Hitler certainly doesn't want to let the people know that he is challenging Hindenburg's power. So he's deliberately dressing in civilian garb. And you'll notice Hitler is not even in sight here of Hindenburg. So basically, the psychology of this is he's backing off. So he, in essence, here is a wolf in sheep's clothing.
On the public stage, he appears a typical politician. But behind the scenes, he is manipulating the media, intimidating local leaders, and ruthlessly settling scores.
Hitler smashes any opposition or potential opposition to his new dictatorship. The political parties are smashed. The unions are smashed. Until by the summer of 1933, Germany had truly become a Hitler dictatorship.
But one barrier to ultimate power still remains.
The problem for Hitler is that as long as von Hindenburg is alive and president, there's not much that he can do about it. He can't get rid of von Hindenburg, can't sack him, can't kill him.
With half of the remaining political opposition out of the way, Hitler's more radical anti-Semitic ideas outlined in Mein Kampf are now only a stopped heartbeat away from becoming reality. March 1933. Almost immediately after Adolf Hitler is granted emergency powers, spontaneous and unsanctioned waves of violence are unleashed against Jewish citizens and businesses across Germany.
There was a popular anti-Semitism at work in the party, and coming to power made them think they could now do what they'd wanted to do for a long time.
When international Jewish groups threaten to boycott German goods, Nazi hardliners urge Hitler to retaliate. He can't lose face. Jews are removed from public office. Laws discriminating against them in most aspects of life are passed.
It's a statement, if you like, to Jews outside Germany that they must be careful how they treat the new German regime.
The guiding methods of the regime are intimidation and persecution.
Third Reich remains a society to a large extent built on terror. People soon realize that they need to keep quiet if they don't like what's going on. But I think at the same time we can see that from quite early on, a large percentage of the population are actually won over by Hitler.
Hitler's well aware that his actions have generated intense feelings against him.
Hitler is obsessive about personal security. He has, dozens of security people at all times guarding his person because he's constantly in fear of assassination.
With control over state funding, Chancellor Hitler grows his own personal security force, the infamous SS.
He commissions these fantastically expensive vehicles that are bomb-proof, bulletproof, and yet the irony is they're convertibles. So it means that he can easily be shot as he's standing up in the back of the car.
But by 1934, what Hitler must fear most isn't an attack coming from a communist or Jew, rather one from a faction within his own party.
It must come very surprisingly to Hitler. It's centered around his great and good old friend Ernst Röhm, the head of the Stormtrooper SA organization. Röhm has become a rival for power within the Nazi Party and a source of agitation to Hitler's comfortable new rule.
February 1st, 1934. Röhm suggests an audacious plan to Hitler's Minister of Defense, Werner von Blomberg, to make the SA stormtroopers the supreme military force in Germany. By now, Röhm's SA is 30 times larger than the German army.
He was really looking to sweep away the German army, sweep away the German bureaucracy, judiciary, the Weimar Constitution, create a new, truly Nazi fascist state.
Despite this, Hitler realizes he will need to maintain the German army as a power base to secure his rule, and uses the rumors of a coup circulated by other senior members of the Nazi Party to his advantage.
Likewise, the Army High Command is horrified at the notion of Ernst Röhm and his thugs taking over responsibility for German national defense. An alliance is forming between the officers and Hitler, both of whom have the same end in mind, the taming of Ernst Röhm. Hitler decides to go violent. To solve all his problems, in one bloody night of murder.
June 30th, 1934. At a holiday resort in Bad Wiessee in southern Germany, Röhm and the SA leadership have gathered under the pretense of meeting Hitler. When Der Führer arrives, he comes with an armed gang of SS officers.
Röhm and the SA leadership are totally unprepared for what happens. He breaks into Röhm's room, says, "Get up, you pig, you're under arrest," and then storms out.
Hitler arrests his old comrade, but senior Nazi loyalists want him to go one step further and order his friend's death.
He hesitates. It's clear that even now, he isn't sure he wishes to kill his best friend.
He counts loyalty as one of the most important elements in his political life. People who are loyal to him, he's loyal to them in return. And in the case of Röhm, I think it's a bond he finds very difficult to break.
July 1st, 1934. It's a pivotal moment for Hitler. He orders the SS to place a loaded gun in Röhm's cell, along with newspapers branding him a traitor. So SS henchmen take matters into their own hands. Röhm's death is part of an organized mass slaughter that becomes known as the Night of the Long Knives.
All over Germany, Nazi death squads target various individuals, opponents of the regime, those who have spoken out. Clearly, Hitler is using the Röhm crisis to settle old scores.
The official death toll is 85, but the real number is much higher.
The message that would have been sent out to anybody else who thought about challenging Hitler is that this is a dangerous thing to do. I'm going to end up dead if I do that.
July 13th, 1934. In a speech to the Reichstag that's broadcast across Germany, Hitler justifies his actions, claiming they're necessary for the country's security. Hitler skillfully avoids recrimination. Political leaders, the public, and most importantly, the army, all praise him for beating back the tides of treason. The Teflon Führer inches even closer to achieving the ultimate power grab and becoming the supreme ruler of all of Germany. August 2nd, 1934. Germany's 86-year-old president, Paul von Hindenburg, dies of natural causes. With his last obstacle to power gone, Adolf Hitler seizes the moment, assuming the roles of both chancellor and president.
There was no problem for Hitler creating the office of Führer. Nobody opposed it. The Reichstag fully approved. And of course for the people too, they'd come to regard Hitler over the previous 18 months as basically the leader of Germany.
Hitler's meteoric rise is the result of relentless drive, ruthless intimidation, and a cult of personality. But now he must cement his position as Führer.
Hitler is clearly a leader, perhaps unlike any other at that moment, who sees the power of film and the power of this modern media as something that is really going to be important for establishing his power and continuing his power.
In earlier years, he used photography to cultivate his public persona. Now, with the help of celebrated film director Leni Riefenstahl, Hitler uses motion pictures to promote a grander vision of himself and his plans for a strong, united, and independent Germany. The result, the ultimate propaganda movie, Triumph of the Will.
makes this opening piece of the Triumph of the Will very important is she has Hitler coming down in an airplane, and it's as though it's a Messiah coming from heaven to save the people.
You see the shadow of his aircraft crossing Germany. Again, the shadow of this godlike Führer figure. Workers, peasants, shopkeepers, professionals, they're all arrayed in their various groups saluting the Nazis.
What's interesting is also how much of that crowd is predominantly women and children. He is quite literally kind of represented as the father of the party.
It's a PR masterpiece. Hitler's carefully cultivated image, 15 years in the making, is delivered to Germans with the craft of a Hollywood blockbuster. Triumph of the Will documents the 1934 Nazi Party rally in Nuremberg, an event specifically contrived for the film. It's Adolf Hitler as he wants the world to see him.
You can imagine the German public going into cinemas, sitting down and watching this, and if they didn't know much about Hitler before or about the Hitler movement, this would have an extraordinary impact.
The film is a celebration of both power and the German people.
I think the Triumph of the Will is perhaps the most extraordinary statement that comes out of a whole dictatorship.
Und ich weiß, so wie ihr in stolzer Ergebenheit diesem Deutschland Dienst tut, wird heute Deutschland den Stolz der Freude seine Söhne in euch marschieren sehen.
He actually is the Messiah presenting paradise to the German people. And who wouldn't want to join the paradise after what they've been through? It's brilliant use of propaganda.
From teenage loner and failed art student to international political superstar and Führer of the German nation, Hitler has stage managed every aspect of his dazzling rise to power.
How far he has come from the homeless shelter, from the streets of Vienna, from selling his postcards on the street for pennies, to the very pinnacle of power. Think of walking through an American city, Philadelphia or New York or Detroit, and seeing the homeless man on the street, and imagine him in the White House in 20 years.
Adolf Hitler has conquered Germany. He is now ready to take on the world.